Good morning, dear guests. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you today. This is our third day, and this day will be dedicated to the opportunities. We have been talking a lot about the US-Ukraine relations recently. Yesterday, we've covered a lot of information about the defenders and humanitarian support. And today, we will show you that Ukraine is the country of opportunities. Ukraine is not a burden, and we have a lot to show and to share and to impress. And so this day will be dedicated to the investment, innovation, and digitalization. And this is my great pleasure to start this day with the exciting panel and introduce the moderator and the host of this panel, Zoya Litvin, Head of Global Government Technology Center, that will introduce the speakers. We will have an exciting discussion today. Please join us online and offline. Welcome.
Thank you, Uliana. Thank you, Uliana. And good morning, dear friends. It's really a pleasure to greet you all at the Ukrainian House in Davos and to talk about innovations and success stories of Ukraine. You all aware that for the last 3 years, our country is fighting for freedom and for the right to build our future in our own way. But however, along with this tragic story, we 5 years ago embarked on an exciting journey of government innovations and digitalization. And today we are proud that our efforts are recognized internationally by the world community of innovators. And that's why we are here today. We are proud to lead global government digitalization. And we are proud to sign today the groundbreaking document with our German partners and counterparts. And here I would like to pass the word to my colleague from Global Government Technology Center Berlin, Manuel Kilian.
Great. Thanks so much, Zoya. And I'll be very brief. I just wanted to stress that the momentum we set for signing this letter of intent today to establish the Global GovTech Board, that was really great. So considering that we have the German government involved, that we have got the Ukrainian government involved, I think getting to this letter of intent was light speed. So thanks for everyone involved. It was a very fast, very efficient process, and I think that's a very nice thing to keep this speed for the future and to build it up. And secondly, I mean, we set up this board for a specific reason. We have published as the Global Government Technology Center in Berlin 2 weeks ago a report with the World Economic Forum that quantifies and outlines the global public impact of GovTech. This is stated at almost $10 trillion to be realized over the next 10 years. But to do that, we have to do something. So this is not coming automatically, but that's a value to be realized through the consequent implementation of GovTech. And one missing element of this, I believe, is global cooperation. So the Global GovTech Board sits nicely into an ambition global GovTech agenda to make international cooperation easier, make it faster, and to make sure that states can cooperate on GovTech to realize together the big potential of GovTech global impact. So yeah, this is, I think, everything from my side. Thanks everyone for being here. I look very much forward to actually get started with the Global GovTech Board. I know that today is an important milestone, but tomorrow we work on operationalizing actually the board. And I'm very glad that we can move on with the same speed for operationalization as we did until now for setting this up. So thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, for sharing insights, and thank you for being one of the bright minds behind the idea of Global GovTech Board. And now I suggest we move from welcome remarks to deeper insights. So please give a big hand to Markus Richter, State Secretary and Federal CIO of Germany.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great opportunity to be here and see you all together in one room and making the difference. And when I've been the last time to Ukraine, I could really experience what it means when governments really drive the transformation in challenging times. For me, it was so important to foster the cooperation between Ukraine, Germany, of course, but at the same time to learn how we can move forward. And for me, it's not just about learning, but really creating together. And therefore, I'm happy that we just recently implemented a new board on the European level, which is called the Interoperability Board, quite a complex name, but it's nothing less than creating a common agenda, work together on solutions when we look at AI, data, cloud computing, and digital sovereignty. And there again, it's so great to have Ukraine at the side, because we are working together, for instance, on digital identities. We are together in large-scale projects of the EU. And of course, DIA and all the solutions is really a role model. And therefore, Fedorov, your team is doing amazing work. It's great to see you here virtually. And of course, Valeria, Jornan, and everyone in your team is really pushing forward. And I hope we can learn from this also from a governance aspect. In Germany, we are coming to new elections by 23rd of February, of course, you might know. And I'm really hoping that after the elections, we will create also a strong digital agenda. And their governmental GovTech solutions for governments should be in the core. We are not talking just about doing a little bit digitization. We are talking about creating instruments so that governments can take decisions and work in a way that they really create solutions in a brief time. And this is something we have to achieve. Of course, in Germany, we've got a quite complex system with the states, the 16 Länder, and the 11,400 communities. Everyone is responsible for something, but through this complexity, we learned what kind of instruments we should implement. And therefore, again, the European level is for me mostly important because we have to create solutions very concrete. I'm looking forward for our cooperation, opening up our startup environments, our economies, addressing a clear goal picture where we want to move together into common environments, and therefore we need also the economy, we need innovation solutions. Opening up our ecosystems is so important, and I see the global GovTech campus in Germany, for instance, as one vehicle to do so, and it's great that we will work on these things together. Today we will sign an agreement because I think Ukraine and Germany can be also a motor to bring together those who really transform their own countries. And therefore, I would like to invite on this platform CIOs and responsible leaders who are aware of what should be done and what steps should be undertaken. And therefore, this cooperation, I'm sure, will also contribute to a worldwide perspective. We just recently were in the UN in New York talking about open source. And again, there was a high attention of what's going on in Germany and in Europe. And if we are able to set up a stage to make solutions visible, more visible than it is today maybe, then we can be more successful from a European continent to other areas of the world. I'm really looking forward for our cooperation. Fedorov, it's great to see you at least. We have an ongoing close cooperation, and therefore I'm looking forward for the next steps, especially after the elections also in Germany, and then move strongly forward. All the best to you and your people in Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Markus, for sharing the key ideas behind the Global GovTech Board. And our next speaker, as you could guess, is a godfather of digital transformations in Ukraine. And his initiatives are most anticipated for Ukrainian citizens. So please welcome our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov. And those of you who speak only English, please, you can have headsets from our assistants.
Hello from Kyiv to all of you. I'm very happy to see all of you here. I'm online with you today, but I can feel the energy that we can, and thank you for being here together. First of all, I would like to thank Marcus for the initiative of creating this such a board of CEOs from different countries, because that is extremely critical for us on a horizontal level to connect digital leaders to share our expertise and experience, because we're entering the new epoch where many things will be changing very quickly in the political realm and in political as well. So it's very important to share our experience, and I'm sure that the future of the governments will depend on the speed of their transformation and how fast they will be able to monitor the challenges and issues in the society and resolve them. And that is possible only by means of technology. So our task is to bring together the best practices and start implementing them in different countries and look at the outcomes and keep improving the impact that we're going to get. You know that in the last 5 years we have undergone a digital revolution in Ukraine. We have launched lots of products that have changed the consumer behavior of Ukrainians. 70% of smartphones have a DIA app installed on them, which is a government app, and you can get government services through this app. Well, and this wasn't an easy experience. It's not easy to be replicated in other countries, and we have had lots of victories, but we have made also mistakes that would be useful in terms of lessons learned for other countries. So the new board, which is being created, is the possibility to scale this up in different countries. So Marcus, thank you for this initiative again. It is our honor that the second center was opened in Kyiv, and I'm grateful to our team for that, and I'm grateful for your trust and the possibility of opening this center here. So we have a new stage of development now where we are creating this joint global GovTech board, which will be supportive not only of Ukraine but other countries. So the new stage of transformation not only for Ukraine and Germany, but the rest of the world is yet to come. So very grateful for your assistance, and we are ready to invest our efforts in this as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, and actually every great journey begins with the first step, and that's why we are here today, to make this first step and officially sign the agreement and launch the global GovTech board. So Mikhailo will sign his copy here with us online, and we'll do it beautifully here on stage with Markus Richter, with Manuel Kilian and me, and we also would love to invite Victor Lach, who is the president of the East Europe Foundation. Please come on stage. Don't be shy. He approves. First is done. Manuel, thank you. Victor.
Everything is done. But should we shake hands? No.
Well, we should shake hands and we should make a beautiful photo all together.
Let's take this.
Yes,
And
Victor,
please
you can
don't
hold
forget
it.
about Mikhailo Fedorov.
So let's come closer.
Should we shake hands like this, like musketeers, and like this? Okay.
But make sure that Mikhailo is too with you, like shaking.
Mikhailo, you are with us virtually.
Okay.
Like this, okay.
And one serious photo, just in case we need it. Okay, thank you very much. So the first step is officially made. And now we will thank Marcus and Manuel and let you go to your next event. And we hope you'll be on time. And we'll continue with our panel discussion with amazing experts on government transformation. And Mikhailo, thank you so much for joining us today. Have a safe and amazing day ahead. Just to set up the furniture on the stage, and I will welcome our speakers. I think he's already disconnected. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So everything is ready, and we're going to continue. Let me welcome to the stage our experts for today. And we'll have our conversation with Lars Zimmermann, GovTech Campus Deutschland, the founder. Yes. Whenever you want. Mark Boris Andrianic, Vice President for International Business and Policy at Kumo AI, Chair of Transatlantic AI Task Force at Atlantic Council, and Slovenia's first time ever Minister of Digital Transformations. Welcome. The next speaker is Eva Meidel, member of the European Parliament and expert on digital transformations.
Thanks. Hi, Lars.
Hi, how are you?
We also would like to invite Victor Lach. I introduced him today. It's a president of the East Europe Foundation. And we will also have Valeria Ionan, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformations of Ukraine, and she will join us remotely on screen. Hi, Valeria. Thank you for being here with us. So I would like to start our conversation with Lars. He was one of the bright minds behind the idea of Global GovTech Board. And Lars, could you please explain us more how you came up with this idea after all your experience in GovTech, and what is the practical potential behind the board?
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, great being here at the Ukraine House at Davos. So the basic idea was that, and I think we see this also with Donald Trump getting into his second term, that technology in government is really not only a hot topic, but it's really a very, very impactful topic. Because for some reasons in the last years, there was a lot of more speed because governments need to know how to deploy tech. So democracies, for example, need to become what we call it in Germany, tech savvy. So democracies need to learn how to implement technology to provide better services, to strengthen the economy, for example. And so I personally believe, and that was reason number one, that we will experience, and I think much faster than even I had expected, that technology will become one of the key pillars of international relations. We already see that. That's the first reason. And the reason why we thought we need a board, so of course there are a lot of boards already globally, but the people who are responsible for implementing technology in governments, in public sector organizations, are the CTOs, the CDOs, and the digital ministers. And we felt like, unfortunately, maybe I have a little bit too European perspective here, that on a top level, there is not enough discussion about the strategic impact of tech, and that the ministers and the top decision makers need to have an opportunity to talk, not only talk about this, but to learn about that. How can we implement technology? What are the best use cases in every policy area? What countries are very good in implementing it? Who provides the best use cases? And what can be done also on a cross-national level to collaborate, really procuring startup solutions, building new tech solutions, maybe not only as one government, but maybe also together with other countries. And to make that all happen, we felt like, okay, we need to start with bringing these people together and beginning to have a discussion and to develop an agenda on a top level, what GovTech can be. And maybe that's the last part that I would like to say. When we talked about it in Germany, also with all parties and with the government, and you know we have federal elections, we also talked about this with the candidates from the opposition, and saying we believe that, and I really don't make that up because I'm here at this wonderful house, we really, and I personally believe that Ukraine is and should be for Germany a very shiny example how that can be done. I always tell German politicians, if you want to have a look what is the most digital, the most tech-savvy government in the world, I always refer to the government of Ukraine. And I think Ukraine is a very transformational example how you can use tech to be more resilient. Unfortunately, we know the reason for that. To be more modern, to drive the economy, to provide better services. And for us, I think, and that was also what the German government said, there wouldn't be a better partner than Ukraine. And I personally am very proud that we can get it done with Ukraine.
So are we. Thank you, Lars. And Valerie, thank you. It's not your turn to answer the question, but you definitely need to take this positive energy and great words to your team who is behind this achievement. And my next question actually would be to Mark Boris. And as you're wearing two hats, I would split my question for two parts. So first, as a former Minister of Digital Transformation, do you find this initiative needed, and would you actually benefit from it?
I think that's a great question, but let me first say good morning to everyone. It's great to be among friends again. I think you should rename this place into Ukraine House of Digital Pioneers. After everything you've achieved in the GovTech area, as well as defense tech and many other tech areas. Congratulations on the formation of the new global board. I think it's very much needed. I must say that when I was the minister 3 years ago, there was no such thing, even at the European level, which means that there was very little communication between different digital ministers. So we were bound to repeat the mistakes of each other all over again, rather than learning from each other and actually even collaborating with each other on certain solutions. So back then, we organized a couple of informal gatherings of digital ministers in Central and Eastern Europe and so on, but obviously that was not enough. Today, luckily, in Europe at least, we have several fora that serve for this kind of exchange of best practices and igniting collaboration, but this needs to go further, simply because I believe Europe is a GovTech leader globally, which means that it's the right thing for us to have this ambition and to be the ones forming this global board. The second thing that I'm very excited about is German leadership in GovTech, which is, I must admit, something new. In the European context, at least, we've always been focusing on, countries like Estonia, Denmark, and obviously Ukraine, not Germany. But this gives me hope that with German digital transformation, Europe will be able to digitize at scale, and this is something that we badly need as a continent.
Well, you actually answered my second question of the global map of government technologies. And maybe as an expert on AI, you could briefly reflect how AI is transforming government technologies at the moment.
another great one. So first of all, let's say there aren't many areas where Europe is dominating in technology globally. We need to be honest. As I mentioned, GovTech is one of them. And we got here by laying very solid foundations that are, I think, made of 3 pillars. The first one is regulation. I think we were the first ones to move on regulating, or let's say unifying, our interoperability standards, open data, and so on, Europe-wide. Then the second pillar, obviously, is the fact that we have several very forward-looking governments within the EU. I mentioned some before, but there are many others that are willing to experiment, that are willing to innovate, that are willing to give the opportunity to startups to work with them. And the thirdly, I think, also very importantly, is a very vibrant GovTech ecosystem. So today we have over 1,000 GovTech startups in Europe, which is an unprecedented number. But again, you know, these are very solid foundation. We are in the lead, but the world is not waiting. We see tremendous progress in GovTech area around the world, from Argentina all the way to Asia, including Africa, the Middle East, and of course the United States. And you know, yesterday President Zelensky was talking about why would the US care about Europe? What has Europe to offer? Like, how can we make Europe being needed for the US as much as the US is needed for Europe? And I believe one of those answers is GovTech. This can be a blueprint, starting with Ukraine, that the new US government can learn from to digitize their own services and to realize the mission of Doge. So again, this can be, you know, not just a great thing for Europe, but also a pillar for our future transatlantic relations, which I think is, again, badly needed. Back to AI, I think we need to be braver in implementing AI in Europe, not just in government services, but across the board. I think there's a great potential in many areas. Think of fraud detection. Today alone, we have Denmark using AI to basically detect fraud in welfare payments, saving over 60 million euros per year. We have AI used in tax authorities around Europe as well as the US. I think in the US, they capture over $2 billion of fraudulent transaction this way within IRS alone. I think there's an enormous potential of the AI in healthcare, meaning how can we really optimize the resources within our healthcare systems, which we know are stranded. Then there's education. We've seen very interesting examples in Finland, how AI is helping to basically adjust curriculum to the needs and interests of particular students, therefore making their learning journey not just more, I would say, productive, but also a lot more fun. And of course, there's AI in preventing disasters and planning infrastructure, be it new roads, be it new bridges, ensuring response that's adequate to horrible things that were happening now in California, floodings in Europe, and other adverse events. So I think Europe needs to take the lead here. Obviously, we are not natural-born leaders in the area of AI, but when it comes to integrating this amazing technology within our GovTech, perhaps we can be the champions here as well.
Thank you, Mark Boris, for mapping the global, let's say, policy actors in GovTech. And after all the compliments to Europe and European success in this field,
and
I would
Ukraine.
Yes. So I would like to pass the word to Eva Meidel, because I guess all those compliments, they are also part of big work of you and your teamwork in terms of legislations, regulations, etc. Could you please tell us more about it and maybe explain what are key pillars of this leadership and success of European Union in terms of government technologies?
I'll give it a try. First of all, thank you very much for having me today. It's a real pleasure. Thanks to Minister Fedorov, to Valeria, and to the whole team for including me. And also to the World Economic Forum for making me being part of the GovTech discussions. It's a real pleasure because when I first started in the European Parliament as a member 10 years ago, this was one of the key topics that I wanted to bring forward and emphasize on its importance. Priorities shift in Europe depending on the challenges that we face and the times that we have. So I would have wished to see a much bigger progress on an EU scene. The most important advancements were done in Europe, and they were done by the Ukrainians and by Mihailo, Valeria, and the entire team. So really, kudos to you. But this is uncomparable to what we have managed to achieve on a European level. One of the important, so to say, GovTech solutions we put forward in the past years, it was the COVID pass. Why did we put it forward? We were pushed for. It was a crisis. We had to do it. What we are developing for 2026 is the so-called European Digital Identity Wallet, but that's to come in a year from now. And Valeria's nodding, but they have done something even better than that way before. So I would like us to stay positive that, yes, we are leading, particularly with the example of a few countries, but we could have done even more. However, I think 2025 is hopefully the year of soberism for Europe. And we'll finally, start acting on what we talk about. Also because it's more than ever important to regain trust in our citizens, in our institutions, in political leadership. And sometimes that could be done with certain concrete projects that reduce the amount of bureaucracy and time citizens would have to interact with institutions. If political leaders decide to emphasize on providing these GovTech solutions, and this should not just be a buzzword, by the way. First, because most citizens don't even understand it. I often mention it, and they're like, what is that exactly? But they don't have to. They just need to get the service, and then it's clear to them. But that would fuel into political leadership. It would fuel in more support and trust into political leadership, I believe. It would reduce costs, also for public administration. You probably know that better than me, but I've learned that almost 60% of the German GDP goes to the public sector, actually.
It's even more, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yes.
So, I mean, imagine that could be, even if it's reduced 5%, it's such a significant number.
Yeah. Can I give you another number? Sorry for that. So there was really a story that if Germany would get averagely, when it comes to digitalization of the public sector, would enter the level of Denmark. And I like Denmark, nothing against my Danish friends, but Ukraine is in many things above Denmark. If Germany would do the Danish level, the annual amount of economic, wealth and value Germany would get just by doing this would be roughly 100 billion euros, just by becoming digital as a government. So maybe, and it's also a prosperity economic question. It's not just about citizen service. We really talk about the future of growth.
Yeah, I have the numbers for the global public value. If we use technology in public administration by 2034, that would be equals to $9.8 trillion. So sometimes data should be, used by politicians to enact policies and to have actionable and concrete projects. But it's important to also use technologies in a different manner to help us prevent natural disasters, to help us plan better. That is done at a very, very tiny scale at the moment in Europe. It could be a game changer for traditional institutions, which, by the way, I mean, we spoke about the trust in political leadership. We can talk about the ability of international institutions to deliver concrete results. Most of those international institutions were put together 40, 50, 60 years ago, or even more. And lately, they have become inefficient to help us resolve important conflict or provide solutions. So perhaps tech could also help those, not just the national institutions. But I'm afraid that discussion is not even present in those institutions.
You know, we'll
so there's much
continue
work,
it in
much work
GovTech
to export the Ukrainian example.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eva, for pointing it out and for this great data that really motivates to move forward. And I'm sure we will do it in GovTech board. And Valerie, of course, logically, I have to pass the word to you. And after all those compliments, could you give us more specific examples why people here in Davos call Ukraine a digital tiger of Europe? I really love this metaphor. And what is coming next?
Thank you so much, Zoya. First of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear friends. It's really amazing to see you in Ukrainian House. First of all, I would like to say that I'm truly inspired by the initiative of the Global GovTech Board and the pace at which digital transformation and technology are evolving is remarkable. And it has really reshaped how we even approach the concept of transformation itself. I really think that governments need to move beyond seeing digitalization simply as a set of tools to improve efficiency. Instead, digital technologies, AI, must become the foundation for all processes. And today, digital transformation gives us an opportunity to rethink outdated, ineffective bureaucratic systems in governments. But that leads us to the question, what is our mutual vision? How do we envision efficient governance in 10, 20, 30 years? What does transparency in government processes look like? How do we create personalized and user-centric or citizen-centric public services? How do we ensure that the educational systems are not just functional, but transformative? How to enhance the impact of GovTech? And we often discuss the opportunities and risks of technologies and AI, but we really rarely focus on the vision itself, where we want to go with these technologies. Today, when the technologies is such a timely and vital initiative. It has really the potential to become the platform where the ministers, CIOs, and global leaders can exchange ideas freely about what works, what doesn't, and what is the vision, what we can do better together. So that's why I'm personally very excited about this initiative. And when it comes to Ukraine, I believe that we really have a lot of things to contribute. First of all, it's of course the proven expertise in digital transformation. Today, I proudly can say that Ukraine is the 5th country in the world, according to the Government Development Index by UN, in terms of digital services. We've done small progress, 97 positions in 6 years. But of course, we strive to do even more. So it's not just about DIA, which is our state super app, but it's about fully DIA ecosystem. So it's DIA state super app, state portal of public services, DIA engine, DIA education, DIA business, many other projects which are targeted to different segments of a population and basically give an incredible access to public services. It's also about MRIA, our new application, which is transforming the educational system. It's also about our innovation strategy win-win, which was finally adopted by Ukrainian government actually just recently. And this is an opportunity for Ukraine to make a huge economic leap. So we already have a lot of plans regarding to AI, to secure cyberspace, to the development of such sectors as defense tech, med tech, ed tech, which are obviously very important right now for Ukraine. And we are looking for partners. At the same time, we are very open to share our lessons learned and experience with the world. So in closing, I would really like to say that this is a great initiative, and I believe it has a great potential, and we commit 100% of our efforts to develop this initiative. And I would like to extend my gratitude today to the entire WEF team for making it happen. I saw there in the hall Stefan, Kelly, Sebastian, Salvatore, and everyone who helped us to make GGTC Kyiv happen, and also this panel. Thank you so much for all your support. Also, of course, a big thank you to our colleagues and partners from the German government, to GGTC Berlin, to the team of GGTC Kyiv, and of course to all panelists today, Lars, Victor, and of course to Mark and Eva. It's amazing that, and thank you so much for joining this panel, and thank you so much for being great supporters of Ukraine and digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria.
Thank you, Valeria. And now all the audience knows that Ukraine has really a lot to bring to the table in newly created GovTech board. And my last question is to Victor. Victor, as anyone else, you know that e-governance and government technologies are far too important to leave them only to governments. And that's why public-private partnership matters. Can you speak more about your foundation and why GovTech is one of main focuses of your work and what you are especially proud of within this work?
Zoya, thank you so much for a wonderful question, and good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here as a Ukrainian and to hear a lot of good words about us. But let me tell you that definitely as a representative of civil society organization, I ask myself several times, what's a question? What's the kind of exclusive role of civil society should be in the process of governmental transformation? And Zoya, you're absolutely right saying like, rhetoric question. Should digital transformation be only a priority of the government? But definitely answer is not. Number of other players, in case of Ukraine, are involved in this process. We use a lot of public-private partnership model where civil society organizations like Istria Foundation, we are facilitating this dialogue and building these partnerships. Proud to say that in the process of digital transformation, we have a wide range of partners from fintech companies, from like Visa, for example. We have world's leaders and innovators like Google, for example, working with us and supporting our initiatives. And definitely proud to say that Ukrainian digital transformation is heavily supported by the government of Switzerland through EGAP program and government of Germany through GIZ. We are proud, we are thankful for this support, as well as many civil society organizations. And civil society organizations are particularly active in the process of building partnerships, advocacy of changing in legislation, changing its practices on local level, how citizens can be involved in the whole processes of digital transformation. And here, just wanted to mention that Valeria mentioned UN Government Index, and there are several categories there. One of them is e-services. Ukraine takes position number 5 in the global rating. And there is another category called e-participation. And here, guess where Ukraine stands. We are number one in the world. Yeah. 57 positions up during 2 years. During the martial law in country, we managed to keep democracy going, especially innovative democracy, working through e-government, e-participation tools. All possible tools like horizontal communication between citizens, different kind of e-participation solutions like e-petitions, e-consultations, public budget, volunteer group support, etc., all being done, and Ukraine moved 57 positions up. This is, I think this is one of the sample that we opened today the panel saying Ukraine can impress, we definitely can impress. And moving forward, I wanted to say that another exclusive, I would say, exclusive area where civil society organizations, probably they play the most vital role, is education. Different kind of education, starting from basic digital literacy, cybersecurity, moving to higher level education initiatives like CDTO Campus, which was launched in partnership with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And the whole idea is to build the whole cohort of specialists in digital transformation. CDTO stands for Chief Digital Transformation Officers, which Ukrainian government would like to have this position in each government body, as well as in local governments. So these people drive changes. And before starting CDTO Campus, we explored more than 100 curricula on digital transformation, and we didn't find any curricula which fits digital transformation, policy change, and technology. So we built the course, and proud to say that 400 students already passed through the education. And we have some global aspirations. We would like to go internationally with this center. So these kinds of initiatives we are driving as a civil society organization. And definitely Davos is a place to make predictions for 2025. I would like to make a prediction for Davos 2026. That first, my feeling is that the US and Europe will drive together in partnership initiative on good governance in AI. Second, I definitely know that CDTO campus in Ukraine will go internationally, offering trainings for students in other countries and probably launching another office. Definitely, you will see Ukrainian e-government solutions working in other countries. And probably here my very critical message to the world. Definitely, we see ourselves as part of Europe. And definitely, Europe will be stronger with Ukraine. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you, Victor. And I guess one of the predictions I could make, if Lars agrees, promoting public-private partnerships should be also one of the focuses for the Global GovTech Board. So we are in the end of our panel, and we have time for one question from the audience. And we have a volunteer straight away. So please name yourself and...
My name is Maxim. I'm from Ukraine. 2 times win the NASA Space Apps Challenge. And today I can ask it, Mr. Fedorov, but he has another position in government. Please help to our teams come to NASA, really. Because we have the 3 teams, in this 4 years, we have the 3 teams who win global NASA Space App Challenge. And 3 teams can't come to NASA because our borders is closed for guys. If you can help in this June, help to our teams go to NASA and make the cooperation with NASA and Ukrainian engineers. It's like not questions, but
it's not a question. I wanted to mention it, but yes,
yeah, let me quickly let me quickly reply, if I may.
Yes, Valeria, please reply, and then we'll have space for a second question.
Thank you so much, Maxime. So first of all, there is my colleague in the hall, Inessa. So please, Inessa, share my contacts and just send me more details about that. I will try to figure something out. But on the separate note, congratulations to your team, to other teams as well. I would also like to mention that space tech is one of the priority directions, which is mentioned in the US-Ukrainian innovation strategy. So please pay attention and join, and let's see what we can do together. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
You see, it was productive to bring it out. And now, the question.
Thank you. Really a question. Gleb Vyshlinsky, Center for Economic Strategy, Ukraine. I want to ask about best practices in GovTech in tax authorities. Could you recommend like some country, any country that did it the best? As like traditionally it is a service with a lot of people, with a lot of manual back office work, and like it looks like it could be digitalized with very significant impact of on the costs of running tax authorities. Besides even like better quality when used advanced artificial intelligence, etc. Any best practice you recommend looking into more detail? Thank you.
Who would like to answer?
So I have two good practices. I don't know if they're best practices, but number one is pre-filled text forms. And this is something that Finnish tax authorities innovated and now is widely adopted across Europe. And the second one is digital fiscalization or e-fiscalization, which is something that actually started in my part of the world and is now globally adopted. And let me tell you that whenever government moves fast, it not only creates a better customer experience for the citizens, but it also creates opportunities for its own tech startups. So for example, we know that Croatia has been one of the first countries adopting e-fiscalization, and it's in Croatia where one of the most successful European startups called Fonoa was born to basically offer this solution to top e-commerce companies around the world, helping them navigate very complex international world of VAT and other taxes. And today they work with companies like Apple, Netflix, Google, and many others. So again, if governments move fast, they create serious business and innovation opportunities. But I want to just add two more things. We've been talking about, the existence of political will to move forward at the EU level and at the country level. But we need a couple of other things as well. First of all, we need talent in government. And I can tell you that tech talent in governments is in short supply, and that we need to reform our public sector to make it more attractive and competitive for IT engineers, for customer experience specialists, and so on. And the third thing that we need is a more relaxed procurement system that will allow startups and scale-ups to compete with the big integrators. And this is an area where Europe is currently lacking. And fourthly, I would say we need more risk-taking approach in government. There's no such thing as a perfect GovTech solution. There'll always be issues. And governments should be, easy with moving step by step, but starting soon, and sometimes fail. And I'm sure with proper communication and transparency, citizens will not only understand that, but embrace it as well.
Thank you, Mark Boris. And I guess that Lars has to build up on that question.
Maybe on the tax issues, the German government right now, we are actually building on GovTech Campus together with two Länder. One of them will be the city of Berlin, which has also the status of a Bundesland, besides being a city, but also with a bigger Bundesland, where we now have one of the first projects where we will bring a very next generation algorithm into the tax system. Because I can tell you the percentage of tax files in Germany that is checked by automation, for example, is way below 30%. And the work of it is pretty much transactional work. So you all know that I think in many countries, but especially Germany, we have a lot of problems hiring people for the public sector. Right now we have 5 million people working in the public sector on any level, including everything, but the number will go down. And one of the first policy areas that will experience a shortage of people will be the finance and tax system. So there is no other alternative right now to implement tech, and we will start working on that with one of the biggest projects, which I think is very helpful because we want to share it with other governments. We're already talking, for example, to the Austrian government about that, if they can get attached to that. And we will do it with two startups. One of them also is a German one who has been founded by people from Stanford, from MIT, who now came back to Germany, who do a lot of work already for big insurance companies. And that is also what hopefully we would be able to share over the next year also with other countries. And yeah, I just totally agree. Without the tech scene, it's not possible. I have nothing against it. I don't believe governments are good software developers. There may be, differences between governments, but I can say, and I say this very publicly also to the German government officials, I don't believe the German government is a good software developer. And I think the only reason how we can get this done is really find strategic ways to collaborate with the tech scene. The campus does that. We have over 140 tech companies globally that are attached to the campus. And we found, and maybe that is the last word, a new way to procuring stuff. The campus has been built in a very special legal entity way that we got the so-called in-house capability of every German government entity. And we eightfolded our product development budget in the last year. So we can now get a lot of government money. The governments procures the money, give us directly, then doesn't need to be a procurement process anymore. And then we reach out to startups, to the tech scene, to cloud, to everyone, saying, look, we are building the product now and make it reusable for any other government entity that is attached to GovTech Campus. That is the logic behind it, and we are very, very open to try it out, to expand it also to other countries. And maybe not, that doesn't only mean we are using German versions of product solutions. I would be very happy to see a way where, for example, German entities could use a product solution that, for example, has been developed by the Ukrainian government. So we shouldn't reinvent the wheel all the time, not only within Germany, but also across different countries. And that is also maybe a very long-term goal, that we find ways within the scene of global CIOs, what are ways to procure and to reuse solutions that are developed by democratic states? And I think that's very important.
Sounds like a great action plan. So thank you for the question. You see, it inspired our speakers. Valerie, would you like to add on it, or it's pretty covered? Okay.
I think, yeah, it's pretty covered there.
Yes, thank you. So I guess we didn't only launch the global GovTech board, we almost had a first committee, and we have an action plan. Thank you for being a part of our event today, and thank you to our audience. Let's make a photo.
And thank you so much for wonderful moderation.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
So we have our photographers there. Valeria, please stay with us.
Photo time.
Thank you.
Yes, and I would like to say thank you very much to all of you for this great discussion. Thank you, Valeria, for joining us. We miss you this year, but we will pass you the present, you know, with love from Davos. So this is the present from the Ukrainian designers to keep you warm in Davos.
Beautiful.
A small
Thank
present
you
from the
very
small
much.
speech
Thank you
support.
very much.
Ukrainian.
Thank you.
Heartwarming and actually warming.
Colorblind.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
That's right.
It's a bit red.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Completely
Thank you.
colorblind. Thank you.
I'll wear it straight away.
Thank you very much. And our next panel will start at 2 p.m. and we will discuss the investment opportunities. So please stay with us and join us later. Thank you.
to talk with this now.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. But maybe let her come back. It's a setting here. Yeah, now it will work. Yeah. 1 second. Now she's.
О, Ірина, я вас чую. О, я вас чую.
You need to talk to this.
Зараз я вас чую класно, бачу класно, і взагалі все супер. Як у вас по коннекту? Добре. Ми будемо виходити перед панелью. Спочатку тут в технічній, ну, по типу нашій technical, нашому control room. І як тільки ми будемо готові видавати вас на екран, ми попередимо вас, скажімо, а зараз ми виводимо вас на екран. І ви будете бачити свою картинку на екрані. Could we put the picture from the main hall? Ви будете бачити, зараз ми покажемо вам картинку екрану із сцени. Тобто ви коли підключитеся, ви відразу будете бачити наш конференц-зал. Зараз хлопці налаштують і покажуть ракурс коректно. Ось так. Да. Тобто ось так ви будете бачити. Ви будете бачити, як люди будуть на панелі. Ваше віконечко буде у крайньому лівому кутку зверху. Зараз. Тобто зараз ви бачите зал і бачите сцену, правильно? Так, от ви будете так само бачити всіх панелістів на сцені, а ви будете на екрані, якщо ви зараз дивитеся на сцену, у лівому верхньому куточку. Такий буде прямокутник. Окей?
We need to check. We need to also check her. So now it's one direction.
Окей, от подивіться зараз, ви з'явитеся на сцені на екрані.
Mehmet, ik ga nu het signaal naar u openzetten. Kun jij zeggen dat dat binnenkomt? Dus zeg dat, tell her she needs to talk for like 30 seconds.
Okay. We kindly ask you to talk around 30 seconds to check the sound. Просто щось кажіть нам. 1, 2, 3. Можете, будь ласка, щось говорити зі своєї сторони? Ірина?
Hi, can you talk to us, please? Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. Everything is okay for us. So I will give you back to Ksenia 1 second.
And could we put her picture on screen as well?
Now?
Yes. We have a break right now.
You can see it there.
Вона не чує?
Yeah.
Зараз дивіться, у нас буде екран. Ви бачите? Тобто, якщо ми говоримо про картинку, то ви будете бачити крайній.
So now you can see.
Ось, бачите зараз вас? Але я не чую. I didn't hear you. Right now I didn't hear you.
Yeah, because we are testing technically. Yeah, if you want to talk, you better open another link because she comes now to us. So now you hear her.
Okay. So now everything is okay. Yeah. Можете поговорити зі мною? Так, я вас чую, все добре.
So is it okay?
Everything is okay? Може, у вас є ще питання?
En dan zo heel een tijd niet snappen. Dat als ik dat, dat zij, als ik, ze wil, wij moeten dan technisch testen, maar dan snapt ze niet dat dat niet door het koptelefoon komt. En ook als je niet zegt in de gegeven. Ja, ja, zo, ja, het zal wel zijn. Zorg er gewoon voor dat ik kan babbelen. Ja, maar je wilt testen, je wilt niet babbelen. Ja.
На все добре. Дякую дуже. До побачення. Yeah, everything is fine.
Perfect. Did you tell her to be on time? Because
Before
15 minutes
before,
or
better. Yeah.
yeah, perfect. Okay.
No? Yes, good. We are fine. Good afternoon, dear guests, and welcome to Ukraine House Davos. My name is Uliana Khrumyak, and I am the Executive Director of the House. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we are very happy to see you. Today is the third day of Ukraine House, and this day is dedicated to the innovations, opportunities, and investments. And so we are very happy that we will kick off with the panel Investing in Ukraine's Economic Resilience today and Creating Foundations for Growth, Recovery, and Reconstruction. Before we start, let's watch the video. And it is my great honor and pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of the panel, Timofey Milovanov, the president of Kyiv School of Economics.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we're going to get to it right away. It's my pleasure to invite Yulia Sviridenko for the opening remarks. I have a question for you. Maybe you can join. Yes, the first Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine and Minister of Economy and everything
Should
good.
I sit?
Yeah, well, you know, we can. I mean, what would you prefer?
make like
Okay,
this.
yes. So I have a question for you. You've been, I think you're Davos number 4.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's Davos number 4 here. And, you know, I sense some changes in Davos over these 4 years. I suspect you did too. So I'm curious to see how it looks from your position, what the attitude has changed, how overall the discussions have changed, what's new, what's the dynamics of Davos and Ukraine in Davos. Now, of course, that's the important question, but I also have a second question, which is much more important in my view, or much more intriguing. I want to know what kind of deals or how the conversation went between President Zelensky and the top CEOs.
Okay, Timothy.
Okay.
I was expecting that you would ask something like this. So first of all, I would say that in 2022 it was my first Davos, and it was May. During that day, so everybody have been asking about economy, and I think that everybody expect that Ukrainian economy would collapse. And during 2022, we had these results. You remember, minus 30% of GDP. And next Davos, I remember that when everybody understand that Ukrainian economy start to be more resilient, and we showed growth like plus 5%. So everybody have been asking about, can you provide us war risk insurance? On that stage, everybody understand that private sector would be the main power for the reconstruction and recovery. And I would say that during this day, I'm proud that we can put on table and to say we have DFC, we have MIGA, we have insurance from European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and Ukrainian Export Credit Agency as well are providing export insurance. Also, next Davos, it was discussion of the very concrete projects, and everybody have been asking, can you, like a government, identify which sectors, can you give us very concrete projects? And we made Ukraine facility plan, and we have identified that it's critical raw materials, it's healthcare, it's logistic and transport, it's construction, and it's also, of course, defense. Everybody knows that defense is a top priority, but it's out of Ukraine facility, but it has been discussed everywhere. And during this Davos, we presented together with KSE investment guide. So we allocate all projects from the private sector and from the public. It's a separate document, but from public sector. And today we are able
to speak on very concrete things. And today, during a meeting with CEOs of the largest companies, first of all, it was great that this audience was full of companies that are working in Ukraine. They are not flee from Ukraine. They expand their activity. And actually, they have been announced even today, the new investment. I just returned back from the announcement of the new investment in energy, like $450 US dollars in renewables. So it means that we moved, and there is a genesis of discussion about Ukraine even during Davos meetings. So if to make a conclusion about the meeting of Zelensky and the CEOs of the largest companies, so I would say that everybody is very focused and I would say optimistic that the war will be ended this year, at least active phase. And then I think that everybody in the room understands that we need security guarantee. But I think that actually it's a place for private sector. They should be vocal on security guarantees, and they should discuss with their government what can be affordable to them and what can give them confidence to invest in Ukraine. So that's why my appeal to this company that, you can change the global order, not to wait until politicians or others can make some pressure and will get this tool. But I think that business can be very loud and driver force. Yeah. They can explain what kind of investment opportunities they might see on Ukrainian markets, such as critical raw materials, and we discussed concessions, and we discussed that actually we're ready to prolong and I would say to start a big privatization. And we discussed
universities too.
Yeah. It's a pain. It's a pain. Yes, I feel it. But we are, aside of university, we are ready to privatize banks and state-owned companies who are ready to sell shares, and we discussed it with the investors during this day in Davos. So I think it's a huge evolution of discuss in the Davos, and I think that the main thing that Ukrainian economy is not collapsed. So
it's actually resilient. It's
resilient.
If you look at secret intelligence analyst reports, it's perceived to be much more robust than the Russian economy at the point. It's beyond anti-fragile or resilient. Yeah.
So that's why, of course, it's aid from our partners, but of course it's resilient of Ukrainian business. And being here, seeing this audience, I want just to say that how grateful we are that you keep working in Ukraine, that you keep fighting in Ukraine, because everybody is so focused on about macro financial aid that goes from our partners. But I want to repeat again and again and again, we're very grateful, but it goes for covering the social expenditure. And if we want to win this war, if we want to keep fighting, we need to have resilient, good functioning economy. And to do so, we need to incentivize production, and we need inflow of investment. And I think that now we have on our table different instruments, like export credit agency, Bank of Development in different countries. And we have very good developed ecosystem that can support investment, private equity fund, that can support investment. And I think that now we need to be focused on this guarantee. Otherwise, there is, of course, everybody aim to make this settlement. But I think that without security guarantees, we don't have any confidence in tomorrow, and it means that big investment won't come, and it means that Ukrainians won't come back.
Let's turn it into a positive narrative. We need to generate a rush of economic growth, and to get that, we need,
we need to
guarantees.
Generate rush.
Yes.
So that's why we need you to come and
generate it.
And generate it. And from our side, we of course we are very supportive. And I think that my first deputy Alexei is here somewhere here.
Yeah,
it's very crowded. So he would give you understanding on which project, which sector, and what kind of instrument we can provide, both from governmental side, Ukrainian government side, but also from our partner side. And thank you once again.
Thank you very much for the fund. It was a bonus. It was not expected, unfortunately.
Because it's Ukrainian house.
Yes, because unfortunately, Vice Prime Minister has to go to a bilateral. So thank you very much for finding this time.
Thank you.
And I suspect you're already a little bit delayed. All right, so now it's my pleasure to invite the panelists. I'll start with Alexei Sobolev, First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Alexei, thank you very much. Let's welcome Alexei. Now we'll look into a cool session, really. Then Special Envoy of the President of France for Ukraine, Relief and Reconstruction, Pierre Helbor. Pierre, yes, come, join us. And then we go with Ambassador Davide Cecilia, Special Envoy for Reconstruction in Ukraine, Italy. And I know you from my time being a minister, when you were ambassador, right? Then Dmitro Borodai, partner, Horizon Capital. Dmitro, where are you? Thank you. Let's welcome Dmitro.
Yeah.
And we go with Oksana Strashna, Director, SME Direct Investment Program, UMAEF, Ukraine Moldova Fund, and who at some point was on the board of directors of KEC when I was just starting. Thank you for your mentorship through all these years. We'll start with Alexei with opening remarks. Alexei is going to generate this rush. He has to offer all the projects. All of you have to give up on your investment in Trump coin right now and go invest in Alexei's projects. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here and coming. And we feel the mood is changing. And like just now, the minister came from presenting the news transaction on 450 million euros in renewables. So what we're trying to do right now is to create an investment strategy for Ukraine, for all of us understand how we're gonna make it happen. So currently, there's a lot of instruments that the government has. There are a lot of the sectors that we all agree that are important, like critical minerals, like energy, agriculture, of course, IT, defense. So basically, when you ask anyone who's interested in Ukraine, why to invest in Ukraine, the answers would be pretty much the same. So we need to move forward from that and understand how we actually get there. So our idea, we with very different and broad sector of organizations like KEC, World Bank, IFC, McKinsey, BDO, and EY, Deloitte, and probably I forgot somebody else. We worked out the concept for the strategy and hope to present the strategy during the URC. So we're gonna engage all of you to understand what instruments are missing and what the government can do to make more investments in Ukraine in the priority sectors that I think we all agreed on. And the last bit in this my intro remarks, I think that if you have listened yesterday to the president's address, right? So he was asking, why does Europe care what Trump thinks? And this is a lot of the narrative in the geopolitical discussions here is about that. So why don't Europe think how to make itself stronger so it's not dependent on whoever in the White House sits and what he thinks about Europe? And we think Ukraine is a part of answer to that. So we could provide defense, we could provide a lot of energy, green energy, we could provide a lot of innovation to Europe. And this is where we're gonna invest. And then the last missing bit is the instruments to make it happen. But I think we have all of the missing puzzles to get one picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my job is to make this panel non-boring. I'm not going to entertain you, but I'm going to split. I'll try to make it more dynamic in a sense that since we're low on dopamine and low on oxygen, objectively, you can't encode too many messages that these ladies and gentlemen want to impress into you. So I'm going to give them more opportunities to do that. So I ask everyone to speak for 2-3 minutes, and then I can squeeze in a couple of rounds, so that everything is a little bit more dynamic, okay? So I'm going to start with you. So it's an open-ended, so what do you think where Ukraine is, how we can contribute to, how you can contribute to the reconstruction, what we all should focus on, what are the opportunities, what are specific projects, what are the challenges?
So just...
should work. Microphone.
Maybe I will try. So I will try with a microphone. So it's a very broad question, and maybe I will start from also the last hours where we saw President Zelensky both on stage and this session we had with him and the CEOs just this morning, where he made I think, a speech as a European leader, which is was quite impressive yesterday. And today also made a very impressive speech in front of all these CEOs about the fact that we should act now, and we are not talking about a remote future. And this just trickles down into very simple things we've tried to achieve in the last months. I think first, having concrete examples of investments in Ukraine, not only talks and speeches in conferences. There are a few of them, Saint-Gobain creating a new plant in Ukraine. There is this huge investment which was on a picture where Lena played a very important role, which is the largest investment in Ukraine in the last 10 years, 1.5 billion in telecom industry, with also investment in the infrastructure, but also in the energy sector linked to the infrastructure, and probably in the next months also in investment in skills, in vocational training, Station 42, which is also be deployed in Ukraine. So that's first, and it's based on vision. It's based on vision now, not saying we need more insurance product. Xavier Niel is not taking any insurance, by the way, on his equity stakes. So it shows that with vision you can do things, and also not to find always excuse not to do things. So that's the first thing. The second thing is maybe about the toolbox, because I think we've made huge progress in bringing together new instruments. One of them is very much plugging into what Alexei mentioned about the project pipeline, which is our fund of 200 million of grants linked to critical infrastructure. It's not the amount which counts. I think it's the fact that even in 2 months, you had 3 times more projects from French companies bidding for this one, but also that it's the first example which is plugged into a transparent and prioritized pipeline of investments. And I think transparency is, in fact, even more valuable than money in current context, especially in a context where, in fact, thanks to quite brave G7 decisions, in fact, 2025 will be the first year where we will not need new decisions on finding financing for Ukraine because of the G7 era loans, plus, obviously, the Ukraine facility at the European level.
Yes. So thank you very much. I'm going to move to the ambassador, and I'll also start with an open-ended questions, and then on the second round, I'll do more specific questions. So where do you see the opportunities, the challenges? What needs to be done today? Where is the stage? Where is the space?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I see that the mood is good and the expectations are very high. So let me deliver a bit by saying that we are all waiting for you. We are looking forward to welcoming you in Rome on the 10th and 11th of July for the Ukraine Recovery Conference.
Absolutely.
This is
yes, we're looking forward to. Thank you for hosting it.
It's a huge organizational exercise, a huge effort. This is very much in line with our G7 presidency last year, what we call the multidimensional support we extended to Ukraine. The conference, we lost 3,500 people. Almost 100 official delegation, 700 and more companies, business people, 500 representatives of the civil society, 500 representatives of the local dimension. They will all interact together according to the inclusive whole of society approach. The conference will be held on 2 levels. On the first level, we are going to have plenaries and panels. On the second level, we are going to have the Recovery Forum, a business forum, and a business fair. The Recovery Forum will be operational, oriented to business, to different sectors for the reconstruction, like energy, infrastructure, health, the digital, agribusiness, SMEs, and venture capitals and startups. There will be a business fair with 120 booths, 30 for Ukrainian companies, 30 international, 30 Italian, plus 30 booths for the local dimension, local authorities. And then on the upper floor, there will be panels on 4 dimensions. So the 4 dimensions are the reform for accessing the EU, the human capital, the local dimension, and the private sectors. Will be focused on deliverables. So we want to be as concrete as possible. President Zelensky, when he met the Italian business community in Chernobyl a few months ago, said that he wanted to have concrete results. So we started a consultation process. This meeting is also part of this consultation process. So we have a sounding board. We are working on deliverables, and we are going to have also 4 preparatory events on the road to the URC 2025. But the first one is in Milan, very early, on the 5th of March, in collaboration with the Lombardy region, with Italian Confindustria, will be an international business event. 200 Italian companies, 100 Ukrainians, 100 international, and we will discuss of energy, infrastructure, housing, and SMEs. Then we are going to have an event dedicated to civil society in Kiev on the 2nd of April. An event in Brussels dedicated to reform with the European Commission and the Polish presidency within the Ukraine Business Summit. That is a format which took place also last year. And then an event on local dimension in Verona on the 10th of May. So this is a full menu of preparatory events by which we hope to have input, recommendation, indications on how to do the conference, which is an exercise that we do with the Ukrainian government. This is a co-hosting, so all the decisions are taken together by the 2 teams.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm going to move to Dmitro now, and I ask you to talk about what Horizon is doing.
Sure. Thank you, Timothy. First of all, a few words about Horizon Capital, who we are. Horizon Capital is the largest private equity fund operating in Ukraine. We have $1.6 billion in assets under management. 6 funds have a track record of 30 years of investing in Ukraine. We have backed over 180 companies over those 30 years. We're very known to be a very successful tech investors. We have deployed over $300 million in the past 10 years into leading Ukrainian tech companies. We're also known that we have raised the first and the largest private equity fund or overall fund focused on Ukraine since the start of the full-fledged invasion. It was a historical event for Ukraine. We did the first closing in the end of 2022, and we did the final closing in February 2024. The fund was oversubscribed by $100 million. So we're talking about a fund focused on Ukraine at this time of the full-fledged invasion. We're very proud of this achievement and very, privileged to our LPs that they, entrusted their capital, and we're actively deploying this capital in Ukraine. Over the last 18 months, we have deployed more than $100 million into Ukrainian companies. We did 5 deals. And we have a very strong pipeline of companies, and we're planning to deploy and accelerate the pace of deployment going forward. We're also very proud of the major deal in which, Pierre has mentioned, which Horizon Capital was a big part of, which is the NJJ's acquisition of telecom businesses, 2 telecom assets in Ukraine, LifeCell, the mobile operator, and Data Group Volev, the fixed line operator, which Horizon Capital owned. When we had this bold vision in terms of attracting a major Western strategic investors into a critical sector of Ukraine's economy, that vision started in 2021. And it was, our huge ambition to do it. And we engaged with NJJ, and NJJ is the investment vehicle of Xavier Niel. And Xavier Niel is one of the most probably legendary, iconic investors in the telecom sector and also in the tech sector. And we worked in this deal from idea generation, together with Liana. She had this bold vision, which no one thought was possible in 2021, and no one even thought that is possible during the time of the full-fledged invasion. But it actually shows that, strong teams, bold vision, right partners with the right infrastructure makes these, historical transactions. And indeed, this is a historical transaction. I do want to talk a bit more about it because it's so important on so many dimensions. First of all, it's the largest M&A transaction in Ukraine in the last 10 years. And that deal was done. Yes. And that deal was done at the heights of the full-scale invasion in 100% domestic business, in asset-heavy infrastructure type of business. But it's not only the scale of the business; it's also the parties who were involved, and it required multiple, parties. Xavier, the Western strategic, and it was the first Western strategic to enter Ukraine's telecom sector. And this is a private investor. He has a choice to invest worldwide. He owns 24 companies worldwide in the telecom sector, and he chose Ukraine as his next investment opportunity where he deployed substantial amounts of capital. And why we're also so proud of this deal is because, Data Group, Vola, and LifeCell were the companies alongside with, the leading AI companies to which he deployed capital, Mistral, Poolside, and others. So it basically sends a very strong signal, I think, to the Ukrainian community, but also, more important, to the foreign investment community, that, look, very sophisticated professional investors are investing in Ukraine right now. Yes, they require infrastructure. They require a local partner. It was a requirement of Xavier Niel that Horizon Capital rolls over part of its stake, and we are, proud to be shareholders with him in this business. It also required the debt financing package for the combined company, which, fortunately, we had EBRD and IFC who stepped in and who provided. Commercial banks were not ready at that moment to provide any financing for this complex deal, but we had the DFIs. And we also had the support from the sovereign states, from the EU institutions who provided the guarantees, not to the equity sponsors, but to the debt providers. And as you can see, it's a very complex deal, required multiple parties. And we also required the support of the Ukrainian government because it was a complex in terms of regulatory approvals, French investor acquiring 2 assets, anti-monopoly committee. It was a long process, but run very professional by Ukrainian authorities. And we have the ambition and we have the aspiration that this will unlock many more opportunities in Ukraine. We'll see more deals of this size and scale and importance for the country.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a great benchmark for everyone to surpass, if it's possible at all. Yes, we have to show success, right? And move forward. Okay, Oksana, tell us about Ukraine-Moldova American Enterprise Fund, which we all still sometimes call Westernness.
Exactly. I will explain the mystery behind the names. So I'm here representing SME Direct Investments Program by UMAEF, Ukraine-Moldova American Enterprise Fund. And the SME Direct Investments Program is a very recent initiative. It was just launched in October of last year. But Ukraine-Moldova American Enterprise Fund is an entity that has been operating successfully in Ukraine for 3 decades. UMAEF, under the original name Western NS Enterprise Fund, was established in 1994 by US Congress with an initial funding of $150 million, with the mission to facilitate development of private enterprises in the newly independent states of Ukraine, Moldova, and Belarus, with Ukraine being the main country of operations. For 10 years, since 1995 till 2005, UMAEF was the largest investment fund in Ukraine and invested in multiple small and medium-sized businesses operating in a variety of industries in FMCG, in manufacturing, financial services. In 2006, UMAEF sponsored creation and launch of Horizon Capital Advisors and became the first investor in the first HCA managed fund. After that, UMIF launched a number of legacy programs. And those legacy programs targeted local economic development, export promotion, most recently veteran support, but also there were investment programs, impact investment program and investment in technology startups. The latest is operating under a separate brand, U Ventures. So all in all, since establishment, a relatively small amount, $150 million, through UMIF direct investment program and through participation in HCA funds, unlocked more than $2.4 billion in capital for Ukraine. So SME direct investments program is going to capitalize on that history of success and through providing access to capital to small and medium-sized enterprises in Ukraine, built a successful case and unlocked private capital to come in later. So we're like the first investors. We believe that, and I think everybody agrees on this panel, that small and medium-sized businesses are very important contributors currently during the full-scale war to economic stability. But they also will be very important in the period of economic recovery and rebuild. From the very beginning of the war, the initial 6 to 9 months, were a period of extreme stress, and SMEs went through very challenging times. We lost territories, some production assets got destroyed, in some cases inventories were destroyed, people moved, both employees and the consumers, like 7 million people left Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and supply chains were disrupted. But very quickly, the businesses were able to recover their operations and showed really outstanding resilience. Just, in some numbers, before the war, SMEs, and I exclude micro enterprises, they employed 4.2 million people. In 2023, that number went to 3.2 million people. Before the war, their contribution to the economic value add from 21 to 23 decreased by 13%. But so it's, these are decreases, but this is not catastrophic, right? And if immediately after the beginning of the war, in the first 6-9 months, 40 to 60% of SMEs closed or suspended operations, last year, the number of SMEs in operations stood at 80%, in 2023, sorry. The number of SMEs in operations stood at 80% of pre-war level, so quite strong numbers. And they contributed 40% of GDP and 59% of economic value add. So they showed outstanding resilience. And many companies not just recovered and survived, but they also found ways to grow. Not every company, but many companies did. And they're growing at significant rates, either because they identified their import substitution, they're doing the import substitution play, or they were pushed to start exporting something that like 70% of SMEs don't have foreign economic activity. Like they don't import, they don't export. But some of them started doing it because they were pushed because of the war.
Global, yeah?
Yes, it's like now it's like a little SME.
Yeah, so
like
they can access. That's actually the EU a market attraction or magnet, the large market, which
Yes.
almost forces people to.
And a lot of companies started doing this, and they find that they are successful at doing
exactly.
it.
They learn.
Yeah.
The learning curve is steep,
Yeah.
and it's great.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come back to you on this. So you actually will be the last one speaking at the panel. That means everyone will remember only one thing you will have to say, you know, so that's how it's going to work. Now there is an opportunity to ask one question, and it's going, you know, there is a question in the audience. If not, prepare, I'll give a room for one question given the time, but I want to squeeze in another round as I promised real quick. So, but now the real questions start, okay? Not this, you know, messaging, you know, stuff. So, okay. Yeah, exactly. So, Pierre. Yeah, there we go. Why didn't you do more for Ukraine? I'm just kidding.
Doing my best, but
okay. All right, okay, but okay, a little bit more proper. How do you see France's role in Ukraine reconciliation? I have the question written up. Which areas of cooperation you consider to be most promising? So, in cooperation with France and Ukraine, which areas, when people think France and when, you know, French people, businessmen think Ukraine, what should come up in their mind, you know? What is the focus?
So maybe I will surprise you, but I don't think that we should think a little bit about national flags in that.
Okay, let's not do that.
But I may say what is necessary and has a potential, also from a European perspective. I think the security issues and the link between security and private sector is a very important one, and I'm not sure that we've been really fully to explore all the potential of having regions' capacity to defend territory linked to economic development or to a strategy linked to that. So that's one element. The second element is defense as a fully, normal, if you want, or central economic sector. And probably it will be a reflection for the next URC. In fact, defense is not only the traditional remit we are thinking about. It happens that France is, has always believed that defense should be at the forefront of all economic sector, and that's why we continue to invest also in Europe, even at a decreased pace after the end of the Cold War, but very much thinking that it was critical to invest there. I think it's critical because it's not only in itself an engine for growth, it's an engine for innovation. A lot about what we are talking about, the tech sector, is linked also to what is experienced or experimented in the defense sector. And the AI is also one of the potential area where also Xavier Niel, as he's invested hugely also from in Europe. But I think also making these assets of the Ukraine economy assets for the European sovereignty in these sectors is very much something like an economic but also political project in the best sense.
Thank you very much. So that's clear. We start work now. I promise. KEC is already working on this. Yeah, I guarantee. So, Ambassador, how do I get on a panel? That's the real question. Okay, so take that back. Take that back. So the real question: how do businesses in Ukraine or international businesses can prepare for the URC conference this year? What should people do for this exercise to be much more meaningful than it could be otherwise? So you just outlined the set of events and opportunities that will happen. That appears to be a tremendous organizational and commitment from your country and takes leadership. What can we all do and how we should think about it to make it even more successful?
I think that the strongest focus of the conference will be on the private sector. We don't think that we can rebuild, we can do the recovery in Ukraine without the participation of the private sector. So this is the most relevant dimension that we are going to have. As I said, we are going to have discussions on policies. One of these discussions will be on investment in the defense industry. And we are going to have workshops in the Recovery Forum. The workshops will be organized around a round table with 60 participants. There will be the government of Ukraine talking about the projects of reconstruction. There will be the IFIs, the private equity funds, the banks providing instruments, saying really from the operational point of view what companies should be doing in order to invest in Ukraine. I think the most important objective of the conference is to encourage mobilization and participation of the private sector. In our countries, in Italy, but I'm sure in France, in Europe, there is a strong demand of participating in the Ukrainian reconstruction. We organize a conference, a bilateral conference, in 2023 in spring with 1,200 participants from Ukraine and from Italy. We had a business forum on 20th of November in Rome with a whole, we had 400 people, and we have to throw companies away, such as was the demand of participation. So this is very, very important. What we need to build is partnership. From our side, there is such a demand, but we see there is also a gap between Italian companies and the opportunity of investing in Ukraine. So our work is to try to fill this gap. We are not traditional big investors in the country, so we need to fill a bit this void, and we do it by organizing this event in order to build a partnership. So the workshop in the Recovery Forum, the business fair will have the purpose of matchmaking. There will be B2B, B2G meetings, just in order to establish a better connection between Italian and international and Ukrainian companies. Another issue being that, as in Ukraine, and as it was said, the industrial fabric is made of small and medium companies. We have 4 million small and medium companies willing to participate in this process, but of course, for them it's too difficult to access the big projects of the reconstruction. What we do in the Ukraine donor platform when we have 800 million project, 1 billion, 200 million project, that is very difficult. So we need to find a way to sew them together in order to make them the reconstruction more accessible. This, once again, the answer is to have more partnerships, to build more opportunity of contacts and connections.
Right. So be real about partnerships. That, I think, is the message. Thank you very much. I'm going to move to Dmitro. This time I'm moving not by protocol, but geographically, from me to the, to Oksana,
to the west.
Yes, to the west.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Dmitro, we both are good at. It's not written there, Of course, no one will write such a thing. We both are good at happy talk. You and me, We say these are our successes. We look great. Our organizations are doing fantastic. The truth is that both of our industries are in crisis. Education is in crisis in Ukraine, yet KEC is doing great, Horizon is doing great, but the private equity funds activity is actually on decline. So how do we turn that around? I don't mean education, that's my job. Your job is private equity space now. So what to do?
I think it's important to look at the full market, right? And I would separate 3 segments of the market. We have the VC, early stage investments, we have the private equity, domestic, where we are, and we have the international investors who used to do a lot of deals in Ukraine. And let's look at all of these 3. So actually, in the early stage VC investments, we see many of the funds which were launched. And yes, they're smaller in size, maybe less public and visible, but we have U Ventures backed by UMIF. We have Dnipro VC launched. We have, Fire One Ventures. We actually have a very vibrant VC ecosystem emerging in Ukraine, which is good because for larger funds like growth equity funds like Horizon Capital, we actually do need someone to back the entrepreneurs, provide the first capital for them to accelerate growth. And then we will step in and, with our value add and larger check sizes and expertise to take them to the next level. So I think Ukraine has done a pretty good job, in terms of fostering this early stage ecosystem. Then we have the later stage investors. Before it was a mix of, pre-war it was, Horizon and a few other funds and international investors. What we have seen definitely, like the interest from purely international financial investors, that has evaporated. I mean, in terms of real actions, there's a lot of interest. People are flying in, interested. But what we also see is that they would be willing to commit capital only if they would invest alongside someone like Horizon, who's on the ground, understand the intricacies and the challenges which Ukraine is facing, and able to show the huge upside. And what we have seen with the right companies, with the right deal terms in the right sectors, it's possible to do deals. We actually have seen a number of Ukrainian tech companies who attracted very meaningful investments from, a combination of local and international investors. So I think, we see more deals, and I think we will see more deals because it's also, you need deals like with NJJ, like with Telecom, to send a very strong message that it is actually possible to deploy capital profitably at the time of war. You should not be afraid. You should not look only at the headlines of the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal. You should look beyond that, look at the companies, their financials, and what you can do. And our role as Horizon Capital, we raised the fund. We are deploying that fund. We're thankful to our LPs, but we also want to show to the world that Ukraine is open for business, Ukraine is open for investment. And I think this message will get out more strongly, and we'll see more and more deals.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move, Alexei, to you. People say the absorption capacity of Ukraine is not there. The gap between what needs to be and potentially can become available once there is an environment to invest, and even now, is not matched by the actual absorption capacity on the ground. Not in terms of presentations, projects, and aspirations, those are there, but in terms of something that, I get 50 M on my account right now, where, no, let's wait until April to start doing a feasibility study, So where is the absorption capacity? What should be the focus? What should be the sequencing? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a myth. Maybe the absorption capacity is not $10 billion, but maybe it's 100 per year. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So even now, first message is we should not wait, regardless of how the peace talks start and whatever. We see everything that we have been doing last year bears fruit now, and if there's peace, it just scales up. We need this processes, instruments, and different facilities that are gonna help to do that. So. There is, right now, there are more money from the investment committed to Ukraine that are actually projects. So this is true. This is good news for everyone's doing business in Ukraine, I think. So from the government side, we need to, we call it laying down pipes. So there is pool of money, and we need to put some instruments, pipes, some procedures that have been done once, twice, and then it's a kind of common practice that provides this funding to whoever is needed. I think a lot of the answer would come from SMEs. So we need to develop those. Why? We're going to be in a single EU market. Ukrainian SMEs would have to understand how to work in EU, how to export in EU, because there would be no such thing as export in EU, because there's going to be a single market, and not small number of SMEs actually understand that. So from there, I think it could be growing, and there would be more partnerships with European companies. And we're discussing several initiatives how to do that. One that just come up lately is maybe having a pool of CEOs from European companies coming to Ukraine, coaching or like being on the advisory boards to some SMEs, like on a scale to actually get them into you, and because the funding for partnerships is there. The other bit is the for private equity. Russia destroyed a lot of equity in Ukraine. We need more private equity. There's Ukraine facility for that. The call is open. We know that this year we're going to be launching like several, probably, like it's our KPI to have several private equity funds in Ukraine from different companies. I hope Horizon will apply for that as well, but also all the others. Investing in real sector in Ukraine, in manufacturing, in all the sectors that we mentioned, in energy, providing this equity. And some of it should be geared towards SMEs exactly, to grow them, to be able compete into you and to export more in Ukraine. And the last bit is there are public projects that are also not at the stage that are like readily investable. And we're launching 2 project preparation facilities this year, one with EBRD, EIB, the other one with the World Bank, supported by the donors. There's going to be teams of people who are going to develop the ideas of regional authorities, of like communities, into a full-fledged documentation that you just put for procurement. So that help is going. And we're right now discussing a similar thing for more complex private sector projects. So to get ideas, for example, for critical raw materials, which is like very complex, very large, and businesses not always is ready to risk 1 or 2 million to just prepare the project. Maybe there should be facility kind of developing, taking this risk, and then the business kind of pushing it forward and then financing that. So what I'm trying to say is that this is a really good question, and we should all understand which instruments right now are missing, which are in the development, and which ones we need to develop, like laying it down in this investment strategy, and then fulfill it. Whatever strategies we're producing right now in Ukraine, we're actually executing them. So this is my call to action.
Okay, thank you. And you'll present the strategy, right, at the URC, right?
Yes,
correct. So guys, that's an opportunity for businesses to shape that strategy too during the process. Okay, so I gave everyone 3 minutes. I give you 4. So it's like. It's like 33% more, And I also, I asked the video, how do I get on the panel? For you, I have specific question. How do I get your money in my business? So tell us how businesses can access the funding from you.
Yes. So as I said, in overall SME landscape, there are companies that closed, there are companies that survived, and there are companies that found a way to prosper. And they're actually growing at such high rates that relying on bank financing is not enough. They need investment. So for companies like this, we're offering equity and quasi-equity investments. It's a long-term patient capital, $1 to $3 million. The funding can be spent on capacity, increasing capacity, in launching new products. In some cases, it could be relocation of production facilities, and investment in productivity improvements, modernization, and also investment into going to new markets. We're looking at real sector companies operating in Ukraine. We're looking at companies that actually have production facilities and workforce in Ukraine. We're sector agnostic. We're not limiting ourselves to a few sectors because we want to support any company that experiences this high growth rate in any sector. Geographically, we're also we're open to all of Ukraine, with the exception of war zones, but we're not just saying Western Ukraine or Transcarpathian. So we're open, and the companies, depending on the size, really, but the company can be export-oriented or can be purely domestic market player, because we do see companies that are only focusing on domestic market, but they have unique product or they have unique offer that they keep finding new consumers and keep growing. So the market share is growing.
That sounds fantastic, and
Yes.
also sounds on time. So thank you very much for the wonderful panel. I'm going to take a selfie. Hold on. And I would like to thank the audience for being so engaging, even though you didn't say a word. You have, I promised one question, but we're out of time, so I have to make a decision. And so I break the rules, as it would be typical of me. So go ahead with your question. One question.
I just wanted to say it's a $50 million facility.
$50 million divided by 1 million, 50 companies can get 1 million. Yes,
Great
I can
math.
count, yes.
We want.
Yes.
Hello,
yes, please.
Catherine Valinga. So I'm so inspired by that quote, that never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. What you have shown us, each one of you, is that indeed it is the only thing that has. I'm part of a group of committed coalition of lawyers, economists, professionals, and we have one cause that we're working on, and it's to make Russia pay. So the whole question is really around, understand G7, the 50 billion loan, great progress, but what we're really looking at is how do we get the 350 billion? And I'm going to just put out a big, hairy, audacious goal in the spirit of Dima that let's take a concrete action forward and show a result by July. And Pierre, I want to ask you the question. We have new information, new report has come out. The cash it's now cash. It's not securities any longer. So this is the big news. 90% of it is in cash, and it is not all in Europe. It is, in fact, 45% in currencies that can be taken by US, Canada. So we're really looking at a coalition of the willing. It doesn't have to be the whole G7, but it could be France taking an action, Canada, US, UK, and that would represent $100 million now. So imagine 100 million,
Billion.
sorry, 100 billion, 100 billion by your recovery conference. How extraordinary, would that be? So I'm putting out the challenge.
And the
Pierre,
question.
And the question really,
by summer.
That was a statement, not a question.
Well, I still have to close the panel.
I can take that.
Pierre, the question is, UK, US, France, are they willing to do that? That's the question.
So thank you very much. This is an important question. Are people willing to, are politicians willing to confiscate Russian assets? Anyone wants to volunteer? And also, Alexei, you wanted to make a remark?
Yeah, so we're saying that Ukraine doing its homework. A year ago, we promised that Russian assets, whole of Russian assets, are going to be working for Ukraine. Right now, we have like 50 billion. It's from the proceeds. And just today, this issue was raised during the meeting with the president, and the Belgian prime minister was there. And what I felt, they changed position a bit to more favorable. That's one. The other, during this discussion, we heard this idea that ERA was announced during the last URC. Why don't we announce like the whole 300 billion during this year's URC? But what our message is, eventually 300 billion gonna be in Ukraine, and I think like this year, we should see some of the development towards that.
Thank you. Special envoy, would you like to comment on that? Or?
No, I will just add that Russia will pay. I think that there is no doubt that these 300 million or billion
is not going back.
It will not go back.
Yeah, I think that's a consensus.
So the question is very much about when, and it was the discussion we had this morning with President Zelensky and other partners about the timing of and the sequence, given the fact that, honestly, for 2025, in terms of financials, the financing needs of Ukraine are covered, more than covered, by the way, mainly by Europeans, which is sometimes forgotten. So I can only say that because obviously, all the discussions about technicalities, Valdis Dombrovskis will be probably later here, and you have a debate tomorrow about that. Russia will pay. afterwards, the tactical consideration to make that happen have to be discussed also in a way to be productive behind closed doors. Obviously, sending also the message clearly to Moscow that we are determined, obviously, to have justice, to have also, when we talk peace, something which is credible. And I hear also a lot of people, even here, talking about peace for peace. I think that doesn't, maybe a benefit for companies in the short term. I think we have to care also about the long-term path, which is required to have investment certainty, and that's part of the equation. It's not the only thing which can ensure, when we talk about security guarantee, we talk a lot about defense. In a way, we have to put all these elements together to have a quasi Article 5 of NATO, if you want.
My very short comment is that we've been very happy to coordinate the loans with the Italian G7 presidency last year, which was announced by Minister of Finance at the end of the year, very much in agreement with what Pierre said about covering the budget gap in 2025. The question is around, we'll leave it to the next presidency of the G7 to lead the debate on that.
Canada, right?
Thank you very much. Fantastic discussion, fantastic audience questions. Back to you, Uliana.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a question.
There
this
was
is a
question.
panel.
Unfortunately, we need to.
Uliana,
Yes.
I'm happy to debate with you everything right now. We can, I'm serious. I'm happy to debate. Yeah, I know, but also it's not your show either. So, it goes both ways. So Uliana, back to you.
Thank you for this great discussion and for your great moderation, Timothy. We are also supporting, we continue every year to support small businesses in creative industries. We would like to present you small presents from the Ukrainian designers to keep you warm in Davos. Here you go.
I'm taking one, too. I work hard. Yes, thank you. Yes, I try.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you have to, you now
and
walk
the
until the
time,
end of the
please.
day. I'm a panelist.
Oh, yeah. More here, yeah. Some pins here. Yeah.
Yes.
Tak. Picture
Yes.
time. Let's do a picture time.
Let's do a picture.
Let's do a picture
I'll
time with
grab
you,
one
Hawk.
too. Yes, okay.
Lena, let's do a picture first of them and then with you, Hawk. Yeah. We'll do a picture with the Hawk, yes. And dear guests, we would kindly appreciate, if you, we need to reset for the for the next panel. So we highly appreciate if you network outside. Thank you very much. And the next panel will be on the insurances, war insurance. So please join us at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Це шалики, які ми зробили спеціально для Українського дому від Ріко. Dear guests, I would highly appreciate if you leave the room. We need to reset for the next session. like,
we couldn't change it.
Yes, we are very sorry. On behalf of the organizing committee, first of all, welcome, and we are very sorry. Unfortunately, some events do not depend on us, but we are very happy to see the president in the house, and I would like to start the panel, and I would like to introduce the moderator of the panel. We are very happy to have you again this year. So Bronwyn Maddox, Director and Chief Executive at Chatham House. Over to you, Bronwyn.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to be here and with a terrific panel, and I'll come on to them one by one. But let me just say something, particularly as the President is here, sort of out there or upstairs, that he made in his speech yesterday to the big hall in Davos. He made lots of points, but he made some that are particularly relevant to the discussion we're having today, and I thought were very moving. And he said, towards the end of his speech, he said, Europe should not forget just how many people want to join Europe and how much potential it has. And it came after some rather downbeat speeches from European leaders, I'm not naming any, and discussion of European economy and problems and so on. And he said, come on, Europe. You can invest in your own AI, you must invest in your own defense, but come on, you are a great part of the world. And it was one of the best rallying calls at Davos for the continent that Davos is sitting in that I've heard this week, and relevant in a way to the discussion that we're going to have. So we're talking about insurance in Ukraine, and we're really addressing two questions. Why? Why is it needed? And we'll get into some of the detail on that. And then how? What are the opportunities? What are the problems? And I have a terrific panel. I'm going to introduce them one by one as they come to speak. And they're just going to begin with that first question, why? And then we'll come around the how, and then we'll come to your questions. And then we will go a bit over the top of the hour, but people have different commitments. So we will bridge the gap between where we should have stopped and 1 hour. With that, let me welcome Alexei Sobolov, who is the first Deputy Minister of the Economy. And you're going to take us away with some first thoughts on what Ukraine needs in the way of insurance at this point to rebuild.
Thank you very much for this question, and yeah, should be working, yes. And thank you for all the panelists to be here. Really appreciate it. Why? Because this is an important topic. What we see that the reconstruction needs for Ukraine are in hundreds of billions. We know that there is not sufficient amount of public money that's going to cover this bill. It just doesn't work. So a lot of the funding is going to come from the private sector. In order for the private sector to come, so for example, we calculated then for us to achieve sustainable growth over the up until the 2030, we need around 100 billion FDI. This FDI will not come without insurance on them. And insurance is a very particular thing. I would say, like one example that the Ministry of Economy was involved in doing this insurance, the Unity facility. So basically, how it looked from our side, the government deployed 20 million of budget funding and blocked this on the account to ensure the first loss. And together with Marsh McLennan and other insurers, we launched this Unity facility. Not many companies used it, but immediately the rates dropped like several times over to kind of levels that allowed the business to start shipping grain out of Ukraine. So this just shows, and right now the market works well without this facility, and we kind of taking this money to set aside for another insurance products. So this shows how insurance could facilitate the activity that couldn't be done without it, even if no money is spent actually, right? Was just this signs that the government is ready to take first loss. We have enough donor funding, we have enough donor commitment, enough even money set aside in the budget to produce these instruments. But we need to devise these instruments together with the insurance market and together with the private community. So they need to tell us what's needed. Last year, we did a lot of war risk insurance facilities that come in line this year. So back to your question, why is it needed? Because it unlocks different investment that are orders of magnitude bigger than the expenses of the insurance itself.
Thank you very much. And in my rush to start off, I forgot to say that Marsh McLennan is sponsoring this panel, but has been really involved in trying to tease out these questions on Ukraine's behalf. May I just ask you, out of my own ignorance, but because I think people here would like to be sure of just a bit of the technical detail. First, when you say, look, this will unlock lots of foreign direct investment, in what Ukraine expects, are you looking to government money, which doesn't always need insurance? Or are you really looking to the private sector?
No, as I said, the biggest unknown, we more or less know how much public money we can receive over the next years, and there are Russian assets eventually going to be working in Ukraine. But the biggest unknown, and that's the bigger factor of change, so Ukraine could grow quicker and be more sustainable and bring the sustainability back to Europe, is the private money, the amount of private money that we can attract. So basically, unfortunately, Ukrainian insurance market is rather shallow. So we need to develop it together to be able to attract more private money with these instruments. However, not all the private transactions require, for example, war risk insurance. So we had a huge transaction done last year with Xavier Niel investing in Ukraine telecom sector. It was done without war risk insurance. So every situation is different, but what we see is that the existence of insurance instruments themselves decreases the risks and allows to have other kind of good externalities.
Okay, thank you for that. I was just trying to join it up with other conversations in these halls in Davos saying, oh, China wants to put a lot of money into Ukraine. We might come back to that. And just one technical point, we were having a lively discussion outside while waiting for the president. So Ukraine's shipping at the moment coming out through the Black Sea, is that insured or not?
It is, but the market is working without this government first loss guarantee, because the rates are acceptable to all the businesses. So this is exactly what we're looking for, to slightly nudge, and then the market set up themselves and everything's working fine without this.
Thank you. That's got us off to a great start. I wonder if I could come next to Bernie Mensah, President of Bank of America, and if you could tackle for us from your perspective this question of why and what it is that Ukraine and investors need.
Thanks, and thanks for having me. I don't think I could have said it much better than the First Minister in terms of why. I would add by saying that it's part of the core of what financial services are. We were just talking actually before the panel about California, and the business that we do in California is underpinned by the insurance market. And that we were just talking about, what that insurance market looks like for us as mortgage providers, et cetera. So whether it's Lloyd's of London, whether it's the global insurance markets and all the shipping industry, so that underpinning of an insurance market goes without saying. I would add to that a couple of other things. We, on the financial service side, we're not an insurer, but one of the things that we can do as Bank of America is to crowd in. We have been doing that with colleagues since my visit to Kyiv, actually, to crowd in capital. And given the state of the economy, there's all different types of capital, riskier, blended, structured, and so having more specific insurance products can help with that. I also think that actually often the insurance market can be quite innovative, more than I'd appreciate. I don't want to speak for the industry, but I tend to find that their approach to risk, their approach to coming up with sector-specific first loss structures that allow specific insurance instruments to crowd it in, that allows capital flow in, allows for some interesting innovation to take place in an economy that is going through, what it's going through. So even though the absolute amount of premiums, I don't know, I read something about 2 billion in premiums written or something like that in Ukraine, I may be wrong, I might have dropped by 20, 30%, is maybe rising slowly. I think for the next phase would need different types of war insurance, catastrophe insurance, other things that the insurers might be experts in. to really catalyze that initial growth phase coming through. And if there is a period where there is a sort of post-destruction, then I think other normalized insurance products might come through. So it underpins what we do, whether it's in Ukraine or in California or in the UK. And I think that the industry actually can be quite innovative in helping us get going.
Okay, so I'm going to come on to some of those points with our other speakers, because you raised the question of war insurance, and that is hanging over our discussion here. Let me come to you next, Valdis Dombrovskis. You're Commissioner for the Economy in Brussels. You're representing the G7 here, if I'm right, in this conversation.
Well, I don't have any specific mandate from G7, but
you've got an explicit mandate from Crispin,
okay, so okay.
sitting in the front line. So we're not going to hold you to the G7 bit. But just from your perspective, how can governments and the Commission begin looking at this question of how to unlock insurance?
Well, indeed, that's something what European Union attaches a lot of attention there and supports Ukraine actually to unlocking this insurance coverage. This is a critical element for boosting Ukraine's economy and also for attracting lots of private investment which Ukraine will need for recovery in the context of Russia's aggression. And what is happening now is that all international reinsurers companies have left Ukraine since the beginning of the war and imposed a blanket exclusion on all kinds of reinsurance policies. So there are only few private Ukrainian insurance and therefore limited offer of insurance products in Ukraine. So one thing is obviously for what is important and where we encourage the industry to take more nuanced look, because we understand war insurance and all this, but the insurers in Ukraine don't have access also for insurance of anything else like floods or earthquakes or construction insurance. Nothing. So one thing would be important to be more nuanced sectorally, but also geographically. Like some 60% of local governments in Ukraine had not had a single explosives event since the beginning of the war. And then there are frontline local governments where there is a relentless war and intensity of destruction not seen since World War II. So also geographically it's very different, and also there one could have a more nuanced approach towards this insurance. So there we encourage indeed the insurance industry to take more like evidence-based and nuanced approach on what cannot be done in Ukraine. And then we're also looking how we can support it also from European Union's side. And already in June last year, on the sides of Ukraine Reconstruction Conference in Berlin, we signed a memorandum of understanding, European Commission with European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and Government of Ukraine, to establish this war insurance scheme. And right now we are finalizing the pilot phase for this and providing also financial allocation from this for this program from the European Union side. It's 50 million euros. Focusing in transport and practically being launched in the next months, and we'll continue working with EBRD how we can scale it up from this pilot phase. So it's also clear that something needs to be done on a public sector side, some additional support so that also the industry feels in a sense more confident to re-enter Ukrainian market.
Thank you for that, and for offering us that rather grim technical phrase, explosive events. We know what you mean. I want now to come to two practitioners in the market, John Doyle, who's CEO of Marsh McLennan, and Ivan Gonzalez, CEO of Corporate Solutions at Swiss Re. Because we've had an outline here of the need for insurance, and we've had these references in passing to war insurance. You've had your description, Commissioner, of how some areas are not touched, but others are absolutely flattened. And yet you didn't go on to say, but one could, very hard to predict at the time which is going to be which. And we are dealing also not just with the ongoing conflict, but this question, if the conflict stops, is Ukraine, as the president was saying yesterday, is it going to have a security guarantee enabling it to thrive, to bring back its people, to start rebuilding, one that it can rely on, but also one that your industry can rely on? Or could there be war again? How do you begin picking away at these questions and breaking them down so that your industry can get a grip on it? When you start, and then I come on to Ivan.
That was a nice light question to
begin. We're beginning to get onto the how, but we are instantly into these technical questions of how.
Sure. So let me just start by saying that Marsh McLennan is absolutely committed to the people of Ukraine, and it's a privilege to do the work that we do. We have a team of people based in Kyiv, a local business in Kyiv. I couldn't be more proud of the resilience of the Ukrainian people, but also our colleagues in Ukraine, in Kyiv as well. We're so committed. In fact, we took the very unusual step of partnering with our biggest competitor, and I'm not sure it's ever been done before, actually, in our industry, but Aon's an important competitor and an important voice in this conversation, and we're aligned on some of the things that needed to happen. What I would say is a lot of the conversation has been about reconstruction and investment that's going to be required, $500 billion, some estimates say, to rebuild the economy and the society in Ukraine. What I would say is that we didn't start there. We're trying to support the economy and enabling the economy to remain as resilient as it possibly can during wartime. And so we talked about the facility that we put together for shipping in the Black Sea, and that sent signals to the market and has allowed an important part of the local economy. Aon's put together a war risk facility as well. Important signals, to the marketplace. And we are a data-driven business, right? That's underpins everything that happens. We're a risk advisor. Ivan represents a company that takes risk as an insurance company, but data underpins how we advise clients, and it certainly it informs how insurance companies take risk. We put together that war risk data platform. Oliver Wyman, our colleagues at Oliver Wyman, worked with the government, and that data is driving conversations about big parts of the country that have not been impacted, about asset classes that are not nearly at risk.
So can you just take us a bit into the detail about what, if anything, can be insured at the moment?
So some things are being insured.
What can't?
Some are being insured, but understandably, again, in a time of war, insurance companies and investors, it's all capital has withdrawn from the country, and so we're trying to build a foundation. We're sending signals to the market with the products that we've put together, but post-war, a lot more capital is going to need to be attracted to the market. Construction insurance hasn't been mentioned, but of course that will be a critical component of it. And multinational insurers will want to come in, but they're going to want to know, they're going to want a healthy regulatory framework that can underpin risk taking.
What does that mean?
Well, a framework that'll allow them to price risk as they see fit, that's reflective of the risk that they assume, that's got a good level of back and forth between the client and the insurer. So, and that's a conversation we've begun with the government as well. What could that regulatory regime look like? So it'll give the confidence of risk takers to bring capital into the marketplace. But capital will come if we can sort through some of those issues. I'm confident of that, and we've been building data sets that will enable some of that capital to come.
Okay, I might come back on some of those points because they're absolutely crucial. But Ivan, what do you think the the insurance and the reinsurance industry will look for in terms of the conditions to be able to move in?
Well, first of all, let me join John and our panelists expressing my solidarity and my sympathy to all of you. I grew up in Colombia, in South America, in the 1980s, and I suffered what it is an armed conflict in your country, and car bombs exploding next to where you live. And I have a lot of respect for the way you have taken this very terrible situation. The company I work for is called Swiss Re, which is not the most creative way to say that we are from Switzerland and we do reinsurance. The company has been in business for 160 years. And during this time, we have unfortunately seen and done business in two global world wars, many regional, country, and provincial wars, but also faced terrorism. And when you talk about insurance, and you already heard why it's so important to enable economic development, it is important to understand that the basic of insurance is that it needs to be, first of all, quantifiable, and second of all, needs to be well understood. And if you think about Ukraine before 2022, it had a very vibrant insurance and reinsurance market that supported one of the most vibrant economies in Europe. Right after the events took place, as John said, capital flies away. What the insurance and reinsurance company did was first and foremost to apply what is called a war exclusion, which you already made reference to. The reason why that war exclusion exists is because it doesn't meet the criteria of doing business if you cannot quantify what exposures you're taking, and you cannot even have a parameter in terms of what are the losses that you will be assuming or will be paying. That being said, it's also been referenced that today insurance and reinsurance companies operate in Ukraine. Swiss Re provides capacity for the agriculture industry in Ukraine, which is of course very important. We talk about the shipment, cargo, as these products get exported out of the country. And we also provide insurance to enable the reconstruction of the country, particularly from an engineering perspective. That is, of course, not sufficient. It's not even close to where it was when this started. Therefore, we are very committed to find the ways to do this. I really congratulate, first of all, the government, of course, because you need the government at the table, but also Aon and Marsh in particular, for bringing this alliance of companies to think not only about how do we deal with the issue today, but more importantly, how do we deal with this issue as the country starts its reconstruction. So Swiss Re, and I talk also probably on behalf of other reinsurance companies as well, and insurance companies, we are committed to the country. We are very interested in finding ways with the government and our business partners to be able to support the country going forward.
Okay, thank you. But I still want to push you, and you, John. What counts as the end of a war? Supposing fighting stops, supposing there's some kind of deal, but the war is not formally over, as happens in quite a few conflicts around the world. There is not a formal peace or anything. There is simply a cessation of fighting. How do you judge when it is acceptable to insure again?
I think it's hard to speculate, on what those terms might look like. There are very fully developed insurance markets in countries that have been in ceasefire for 50 years or 75 years and are still technically, at war. So it certainly, is possible, but there's going to be a range of factors, of course, that will underpin a level of confidence for investor interest, insurance capital to come back to the market. So, it's difficult, again, to speculate on exactly what maybe a ceasefire might look like, versus an end to the conflict. But, it's hard.
So, Minister, may I come back to you and just look at this? You've described the capital waiting to come into the country, and Ukraine obviously desperate to get the capital in, to get rebuilding, to get its people back, to get its businesses back, and so on. What is it you're looking for? How do you make this case to business? Or are we waiting for is all this waiting behind the diplomacy?
So I wouldn't say that we were waiting.
Diplomacy or events, I should say.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that we were waiting. Maybe like at the middle of 2023, there was this like waiting period, and then the last whole year we just worked like nobody knows when this is going to end. We just do what we can, but then having in mind that we can scale these instruments that we create right now to work during the time of war, if the peace solution comes like next year or in the future, so we scaled them up. So here, what we were discussing, for example, war risk insurance. If we have a peace deal, then probably the premiums will go down. Probably the existence of the instruments with really like small premiums will allow the boards to make easier decisions to deploy funds in Ukraine, right? Because the insurance exists and there are risks, etc. And we could cover like some of the facilities, first loss, etc. Then. We could change some of the instruments that work towards not the war risk insurance but political risk insurance. Yes, there are political risks in Ukraine that did exist. We're kind of developing democracy. We're going to be in EU, we think, faster than anyone anticipates. So we're going to comply with all of this and rule of law, and a lot of it we already do. But if the companies need to cover political risks, they need to have instrument that doesn't exist now. So we can use the same like war risk insurance instruments to cover political risks, right? But to have like government support, donor support underneath them. And then there is, in general, a Ukrainian market is like $1-2 billion in premiums underwritten a year. Like Poland is what, like 17, something like that. So, and the needs for reconstruction every year is like at least tens of billions, like 10-20 billion a year of like FDI coming into Ukraine. So basically, the level of the market development is not sufficient for the needs, and also I think the businesses that would like to come into country when there is a peace solution. It might cover the businesses who want to invest right now, and we just announced today the deal with Vestas, the Danish company, that also supported by Danish expert credit agency with this de-risking products. But I mean, like if there is a peace, we need to have this infrastructure in place. So we need to grow insurance market, and like it's chicken and egg, right? So if we're waiting and then the insurance market says, oh yeah, there's a lot of activity, we're going to lose like half a year of the actual investment in Ukraine.
This was the next thing I was going to ask you, is why to have this discussion now?
Yeah.
Because it takes time, because you want to be ready the minute.
Yes, that's one. The other one is like back to what the president said yesterday during speech. I don't know if you've heard. Like he was asking about Europe. Why does Europe care? Whatever like U.S. thinks, whatever Trump thinks, it should like be powerful enough to kind of do on its own. And we think that Ukraine could give Europe like the defense sector and then energy and critical minerals. We have all of this to make Europe stronger. So basically, we developed this in European context to realize this possibility, how we can make Europe stronger together with Ukraine. And we eventually gonna have like bigger insurance market and all these products. But yeah, why wait, right? And yeah, of course, there's possibility for peace, which will completely change the macro situation. For example, we understand that like hundreds of thousands of people gonna come like the first month. So look at Syria. So already in 2 months, they have 200,000 people coming back. So this completely flips, you know, like people are working for jobs, there's enough jobs, and there's like the whole economy is growing much rapidly.
Thank you. Bernie, I'm going to come to questions in just a moment. But Bernie, may I ask you one last one? And it's on this chicken and egg point. Are we having a conversation that's absolutely necessary right now to enable Ukraine to take advantage of the capital that is waiting? Or is it premature because so much remains uncertain and indeed unknown?
Absolutely critical. I mean, we've at Bank of America and others have been on this journey for a year and a bit. The Ukrainian economy shrank in the first year of the war and then grew the year after that. And I believe last year grew a little bit as well. I love the enabling work is really important. We talked about the insurance industry, the legal environment. The government has a lot of, work that it can do to have an enabling environment, policies, making sure that the legal environment is working as efficiently as possible, travel insurance, working with foreign countries to allow their citizens to travel to Ukraine in the first place. There's a lot of business people that we speak to around the world who would like to visit, and they're happy to take the train, as we all have. And then helping the what it means, you don't need to have air travel to keep for them to working with the government to figure out the sectors that it wants to prioritize. So in the last 8 months, I know my colleagues were very focused on the power sector, trying to crowd in those that could provide emergency and other power, and all of the work around that. So it'll be useful as Ukraine is coming out of the blocks, and as it's developing now. We know the agricultural sector. What do you think about the power sector? Which bits of the power sector? Is it renewable? Is it, how do they feel, where will they end up with their large nuclear facility at the end of the day? But all of a sudden, the dispersed ability of renewable power can be in the mix. So a huge amount of work that you wouldn't want to wait for the all clear to start, because then you're 2 years behind. And within that, it gives the opportunity for the real, frontier businessmen, and those that are not so frontier, but they're saying, what, I can work with some of the development finance agencies to de-risk some aspect of it. And actually, the Ukrainian government has de-risked some aspects of this risk as well to crowd people in. So it can't be more important. We should be optimistic about the future always in Ukraine.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I just want to come to you before, just last one before questions, because on this question of some of the development banks and indeed trying to take some of the risk out of this, what is the experience and the kind of tactics, I'm thinking of the EBRD and others, but say of trying to deal with corruption, which is a question in many countries during rebuilding, as a lot of money goes in. How do you try and take the risk out of that?
On this, I would particularly highlight our Ukraine facility, because from the EU side, we have also decided on a financial support of 50 billion euros till 2027 to help not only with immediate financing needs, but also to help with Ukraine reconstruction already. And obviously, since it's lots of public money flowing towards Ukraine, we took the question of protection of financial interests of the European Union and audit and control systems very seriously. So that's all, in a sense, integrated already in the framework of Ukraine facility, and also in other ways how we are providing financial support for Ukraine. So that's obviously an important point. And also, if you look at our macro-financial assistance programs, macro-financial assistance programs are not earmarked. They're there to basically to help Ukraine meet its kind of general financing needs. But they have certain ex-ante conditionality, and this ex-ante conditionality has also heavily focused on fight against corruption and, again, protection of the financial interests. So there's a lot of work ongoing on this, and it must be said that also over the years Ukraine has made lots of progress also in this anti-corruption area.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's come to questions. Well, I cough.
I don't normally need a microphone, no. I think one of the really interesting things that's come to the fore for the first time this week is something you touched on earlier, which is, if we're going to get a ceasefire, the Ukrainian fundamental position is around security guarantees. And it is the linkage between security guarantees and insurance, and indeed investment. And Yulia Sviridenko earlier this afternoon was saying, that businesses should be lobbying their governments to make sure the security guarantees are as strong as possible, because it will allow them then to move in. Be interested in comments.
Thank you. Let me, not just because of my cough, let me take them in two. Would you like to take a second question, though? Is it? Please make a second comment or question.
Here to help. And I want to thank both Ivan and John for talking about Aon and their role and an unprecedented removal of competition to get things going for the Ukraine. The short version of this question, because it spans the group, is I was here at the Ukraine House Monday night with you for the discussions, and it was unequivocal that Ukraine is open for business. These are not my words, these are from the Ukraine House team. The one thing about the dollars that we're talking about that go from reinsurance to brokerage, to banks, to governments, is the dollar spent on insurance has an economic impact far exceeding $1, but a dollar spent on business is a primary dollar. What the message of a lot of insurance people will watch this. What is your message to the business leaders and, dear sir, bankers who want to understand what these things do to let them have the primary investment that's empowered 10 to 1 by reinsurance, by brokerage, and by the government?
Great, thank you. Two great comments with questions embedded. Let's start at the end.
Yeah, I'm happy maybe to take both of them, but I'll start with the first one. So as I said, unfortunately, Swiss Re has a lot of experience dealing with what do you do during a conflict and, more importantly, after the conflict. And in that context, one example I can think of is the situation in Korea, because you made reference to the security guarantees, and those security guarantees prevailed ultimately for the South Korean market in particular to very rapidly become a viable insurance market. I would assume that something similar would happen in this case, and not only Swiss Re, but other companies that had experience in this will be more than happy to sit down, first and foremost, with the government to start that transition and make sure that that capital can flow. To your point about the $1 in insurance and the exponential benefit that it brings, it is very clear, and I think that that's what I made the reference to. It cannot be the private sector alone, simply because of the nature of what you explained. We have also had experience with governments that have the ability to, as the conflict starts to get to the phase that we just discussed, to be able to have insurance companies start to commit and reinsurance companies to commit to those facilities that you're putting in place and be able to start that very fast exponential flow. But we need to get to that point first and foremost. In the current construct, we're limited to what I mentioned before, which was the fact that you have these exclusions for war. You have the ability to provide the coverage that we're providing today, and all else that you can do in terms of some narrow definitions will help, but it's just not enough, given the amount of money that we're talking about. So that's why the faster we can get to that phase, the faster the insurance industry can react.
I think
Thanks
Yvonne,
very much.
Yeah, I think Yvonne spoke to it, very well. I would also add that, in a time of ceasefire, not all risks are the same, right? So, construction risk is going to have a multi-year, duration to it, and so there'll have to be greater confidence around how the conflict comes to an end, as opposed to, again, using shipping as an example. That's got a much shorter duration to it. So, I would make that point, and that certainly connects to, to guarantees for sure. And then the levered effect, as you point out, Brian, is massive in insurance, and it's the magic of risk pooling, and it underlies, economic, not just stability, but growth all over the world. Yeah.
Is there a point, would either of you like to come in on these points?
I wouldn't add too much. I mean, we recognize the important part that insurance plays in allowing us to play on top of that, no doubt about it.
No, fine. I think we covered a lot of it before.
Yeah, I wanted to come in on this point on security guarantees. That's obviously a much broader question, but clearly there is a link. The stronger are the security guarantees, the more confident can be both people and businesses in general about the reconstruction, and insurance industry in particular. So that's a very valid point, and that will be a very important point once this conflict and Russia's aggression moves to the end, because Russia is openly talking about invading other countries and then moving further in Ukraine, so they will feel halfway successful with this their Ukraine war. Certainly they will be moving on, And to stop it, it really requires very serious security guarantees. Question what it is, because, well, supposedly Ukraine had security guarantees. There was the Budapest Memorandum when Ukraine, gave up its nuclear weapons. And but then, at the end of the day, it did not amount for so much that actually Russia was one of the guarantors, but also other guarantors, including the United States, including European countries, actually did not provide the necessary level of support to stop that aggression. Yes, lots of support has been provided, but it did not amounted to security guarantees which were given. So the question is, another Budapest Memorandum probably would not do. So the real security guarantee, okay, that's not a kind of competence of European Union, but kind of privately speaking, it's Ukraine joining NATO. And that was a mistake that in 2008 it was not done. Because Russia as an aggressor is provoked by a weakness, and so we need to demonstrate strength.
Commissioner, and I know there's a question here. I just want to explore this point, though, because it is an absolutely essential one. You've said, look, Ukraine gave up the nuclear weapons that were on its soil. I don't think you're suggesting it should try and get new nuclear weapons by way of reducing the risks against it.
This I would leave to Ukraine, by the way.
No, but you're talking about the security guarantees that have been extended, and you're saying, okay, maybe NATO would be the security guarantee. But you've raised a really important question, which I've heard in other panels today and after the President's speech yesterday, which is, can Ukraine rely on any security guarantee? And what is the nature of a security guarantee that will allow, and this is really what we're talking about here, allow Ukraine to thrive again, free from the fear of Russia starting a war again. And Minister, it's irresistible to come back to you on this point.
Oh, that's fine.
This is essentially what we're talking all kinds of technical things. You can feel the appetite here for people to help Ukraine, for the insurance to come, for the capital to come. But there is this question of what really is a security guarantee that will, if there is such a thing, that will allow Ukraine to live again.
Yeah, so like how we discuss this right now is that it's actually in the hands of business to tell if the guarantees, like however they might look like. Okay, best is NATO, right? If NATO doesn't work out, then troops on the ground, like air defense, strong. So there is an example of Israel, right? So they have a thriving insurance market. They're constantly shelled, but kind of the economy operates, and everybody's fine with that. Why? Because everybody understands that they can protect themselves. Why? Because they're like very, very well armed. Ukraine right now can produce like 40% of what we, or like 60% of what we're fighting with right now. So basically, we can produce those arms. We just need to figure out how to structure it and how to do it long term. So the business actually believes, okay, this is feasible. This plus that, and then some like legal insurance going to work for us. We're going to believe that long term, like our investments will be more or less like not safe, and then the rest of the risk going to be covered by insurance. If business says like this is a phony deal, there's going to be no deal. Because like eventually, if we get this kind of deal that nobody believes in, like people are not stupid, and Ukrainians as well. And you, for example, like open the borders, everybody leaves, says like, yeah, they screwed us over. We've seen the Budapest Memorandum, so there's not going to be any deal. So that's. But what I'm trying to say is that this condition, like the collective that estimates whether the guarantees are strong enough, is exactly in business hands. Because when there's going to be business coming, there's going to be investment, growth, and stronger Ukraine, which will enforce itself that country is going to protect themselves. So we're asking the business to be engaged through the governments, saying, okay, like the deal that you're discussing right now doesn't seem to work very well for us. So that would be a powerful signals that they're sending.
So I think a lot of people would agree with everything you've said, including the powerful signals. But you gave an essential, it seems to me, argument early in that answer of saying maybe we have to show that we can do a lot of our defense ourselves. because can you really believe in security guarantees these days? And I'm not going to broaden this session out, but it is exactly the kind of question you're hearing in the discussions. South Korea, Japan, can they rely on guarantees and so on? For another day. Question here.
Okay, so first, just to Lennox Zarni, Horizon Capital, one of the co-organizers, and a few questions that have come in through our live stream, so I'll relay those. But in terms of this, I fully agree with what you said, First Deputy Minister, that it's going to be a bespoke solution. And what we heard during the first night is that, you know, it is going to be a combination, and it's going to be a determined force. Nobody believes in a UN peacekeeping force. People believe in a determined force, in air superiority, in no limits on Ukraine's militarization, on air defense, and it's going to be a combination. That's what we have heard in the House throughout the week. Second thing I want to say is that thank you so much for the game-changing on unity. That was absolutely critical. You know, Ukraine had a 200 billion nominal GDP economy that fell to 160. It's back up to 194. Big part is being able to ship those agriculture, commodities, metals, and that has trickled down throughout. The Xavier-Niel transaction, while Xavier did not have his equity guaranteed, the debt providers, thank you for the Ukraine Investment Facility, because EBRD and IFC were backstopped by the guarantees in the Ukraine Investment Facility, and the insurance that was done in 90 days to get the disbursement, which is incredible, which was unheard of back in 2022 or 2023. And the provocative question that has come in through the live stream is, are you working on the opening of the airports? The same game-changing as we've seen with the shipping. You know, folks are, there's a lot of talk about, is it Lviv that's opening? Is Borispol opening? Are you already secretly working on reopening that passenger air traffic and ensuring, you know, providing the insurance that has to be provided?
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, and that was a terrific point. Do we have a second question? It was a terrific point, followed by a really good question. Do we have a second question? Otherwise, the full force of that question about the airports is going to fall on several of you. Who would like? Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, on the airport. Any more on the airports?
We are working on, you know, all the risk elements and trying to restore air traffic at least into the western part of the country and putting together insurance capital. It'll require.
And going back to our earlier point, what does that depend on in terms of the bigger diplomacy, politics, and so on?
You know, insurer confidence will be underpinned by data, and we have that war risk data platform that will support some risk taking. But again, given wartime, it'll require an innovative solution, much like Unity and the war risk platforms that have been put together to date. So it'll be a public-private partnership, and you know, we're pressing, you know, every day to try to make that happen.
Yeah, I would add one is that how intricately insurance and defense are interlinked, right? So Unity facility, kind of, we don't need that much anymore, not just because the markets are working, but because Ukrainian drones chased away Russian Navy up to, like, I don't know, Novorossiysk, yeah. So, like, like the drones are like providing this insurance, because like the ships can't really attack the cargo ships that come from Ukraine. So here in the airport is the same. So whether it has enough air defense for it to be enough secure to then insurance top that, that's kind of a combination of all different factors.
Okay, let me take, there's one here, and we could squeeze in one more. We're going to go a few minutes over the top of the hour.
Dan Bilek from Kyiv, Ukraine, whose spine can barely take any more international travel from the trains. And so isn't the insurance issue around airports, say out of Lviv, a discussion with Turkish Airlines, Qatar Airlines, India Airlines, those carriers that we know aren't going to get shot down? There's a risk profile for you.
All right. There's a comment here. I think and this is in the nature of a discussion.
I'm nervous commenting on this because I got into trouble with the OPU doing a television interview on Lviv Airport the other day. But no, I mean, I think the airlines are ready. The regulators are ready pending air defense, and it is now It is that sort of military risk, which has been made more difficult by the Russians shooting down that Azerbaijani aircraft. But Lviv airport is out of range to Russian air defense missiles. So Lviv is actually quite possible, and hopefully in a few months we may have some good news.
All right, a few months. That's great. Any last comments, points, and that includes panelists, to anyone wanting to respond to something that they heard before, please.
Yeah, maybe one overarching comment, which is that you need to have the confidence that when the conditions for insurance to be there are met, insurance will be there. All the work that is being done by Aon and Marsh, but with all their partners behind the scenes, are for us to be ready when we have to be ready. There's not going to be a situation that the airports can be open and you don't have insurance. That's just the message that I wanted to convey. And as John said, it's not just about the airports, it's about the economy as a whole.
Okay, I think, is there anything else? We will then leave it there. We obviously have hanging over all of this the question of the bigger conditions that would bring all this conversation into action, would not ignite it, or would allow this capital to start flowing forth, and that is what kind of resolution of the conflict there is on terms that are sufficient for Ukraine to be able to live securely and so thrive again and bring people back and businesses back and so on. And that is why the president is here. And the nature, he's not out there, yeah. And the nature of many other conversations on Ukraine at Davos. But we're going to draw this one to a close now. Thank you very much for coming indeed. Thank you to my panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to thank, on behalf of Ukraine House, Tomasz McLennan for this great partnership on this panel. So we do appreciate that for the second year you support this important topic, and hopefully, we'll do some progress together. And again, I sincerely apologize for the delay, but I do appreciate that you stayed for this discussion. Thank you very much, and we have some presents from Ukraine to keep you warm, in Davos. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Alexei, you can sound Alexei.
It's called Coals to Newcastle. Yeah.
Pens and bracelets.
All right, I take one. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all very much indeed for coming.
That's good. That's good. I think, can we have the photo of the panelists, please, together? Thank you.
Donation and get one of those?
Not sure.
But thank you again for hosting me Monday.
Yeah. 2 seconds. Yeah.
I do hope even to both be proud of my country and be realistic about international diplomacy.
We need a little bit
sure.
Stay closer, yeah. Big panel. Big panel. And tall.